Chapter 1303. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the evil emperor, Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan were still dressed neatly. Master, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked. Although the evil emperor, Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan's powers were sealed, they knew that something had happened to the Xu family after such a huge commotion. However, they did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually come to their door. Haha, I'm fine. If it wasn't for your master's wife being held captive, Master would be able to come and go freely. The evil emperor laughed wildly as his body emitted a series of bang-bang sounds. Flames appeared on the evil emperor's body and attacked the Xu family members in all four directions. The Xu family members were startled. All of them used their powers to resist, but they were still smashed into the wall by the force and vomited blood. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. They did not expect that the person who was controlled by their ancestor would be so powerful. The evil emperor did not deliberately make a move but forcefully shook off the restriction seal that Xu Yi had placed on him. Who was Xu Yi? He was the ancestor of the Xu family with the power of a half-incipient god realm, but his restriction seal was forcefully broken by the evil emperor. This proved that even if the evil emperor did not have the same power as Xu Yi, he had the same fighting power as Xu Yi. Otherwise, how could he forcefully break through the restriction seal? The reason why the evil emperor was willing to be controlled was because of Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to barge in and out of the Xu family's territory alone. He had been thinking about how to save the two of them, but it was a pity that Xu Yi was always here, which made him very depressed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had suddenly rushed over. Looking at the current situation, his disciple had already solved the problem for him. Xu Yi never expected that the evil emperor would also have such a powerful cultivation. Of course, he thought that the evil emperor was just an ordinary peak divine king, but it seemed like he had misjudged him. Xiao, master's wife has caused trouble for you again. Xu Ziqian looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of guilt. Because her problems had been solved by Ling Xiao time and time again, she felt really apologetic. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "As long as mistress doesn't mind me causing trouble for your Xu family, it's fine." The body of the half-incipient god realm warrior was still on the ground. The puddle of blood was really eye-catching. Xu Ziqian knew at a glance that Ling Xiao was angry just now. She looked at Xu Yi and Xu Pengyi, then bowed and pleaded, "Old ancestor father, please forgive Xiaoqian for being unfilial. I will only follow brother demonic emperor for the rest of my life. Please don't make things difficult for us anymore." Mistress, why bother with this kind of heartless family that only cares about the family's interests? Let's go. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. That's right. How can this emperor's woman be manipulated by others? If it wasn't for Xiaoqian being soft-hearted, this emperor would have taken down the Xu clan. The evil emperor was also slightly infuriated. The faces of the Xu clan members twitched, but none of them dared to say anything else. Why did they feel that this master and disciple were so similar? No, it should be said that the disciple was more overbearing. Xu Yi glanced at Zhuang Jianren, whose face was still green, then looked at Xu Ziqian and said, "Your matter. We won't interfere, but Xiaoqian, you are also a child of our Xu family. If you have time in the future, come back often." Xu Yi had already recognized the situation. If he dared to be arrogant again, he was afraid that he would die on the spot. Xu Ziqian nodded and said, "Xiaoqian understands." Although she said so, she didn't want to return to this family in the future. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly walked towards Zhuang Jianren. What do you want?" Zhuang Jianren was so scared that he shrank back, his expression extremely nervous. The other god kings of the sword-washing manor immediately surrounded him, but all of them were very nervous. "Divine Master Ling, please show mercy." Xu Yi stood up and shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned back to look at Xu Yi and sneered, "Don't worry, I have no interest in killing this kind of coward." Zhuang Zhensheng and Zhuang Jianren were both young sect masters of the sword-washing manor. One was the former young sect master, and the other was the current young sect master. Although their identities were distinguished, in the eyes of Ling Xiao, they were worthless. He didn't understand why the sword-washing manor would choose such a cowardly person to be the young sect master. However, he couldn't be bothered to care about other people's family affairs. He just wanted to give Zhuang Jianren a good warning. He looked at Zhuang Jianren and said, "Today's matter can be directed at me, but if you make things difficult for my master's wife's maiden family in the future, Then, your fate will be the same as your so-called big brother. I will make you live a life worse than death. After saying that, Ling Xiao blinked his eyes lightly, and the table made of 10,000 year wood near Zhuang Jianren instantly turned into powder with a paw sound. Then Ling Xiao said to the evil emperor, Master's wives, let's go. Divine Master Ling, why don't you stay? Shu Yi tried to persuade him. Ling Xiao was the youngest divine alchemist in the Alchemy Guild's records. If he could reach this level at such a young age, his alchemy tenbin must be extraordinary. Perhaps he was the disciple of a supreme alchemist. Otherwise, how could he become a divine alchemist so easily? As far as he knew, there was no supreme alchemist in the Dragon Gate. He knew that he couldn't stop Ling Xiao's group from taking Shu Ziqian away, so it was better to befriend him and discuss alchemy with him. Perhaps it would be of great help to him. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiao immediately interrupted him. I don't deserve your hospitality. He didn't have a good impression of the Shu family, and he didn't want to have any trouble with them. Moreover, if he really had a good relationship with the Shu family, the sword-washing manner would attack the Shu family first. After all, Ling Xiao had killed a half-incipient god realm existence. A half-incipient god realm expert was an extremely important character anywhere. Shu Yi also knew that he couldn't do this. He sighed inwardly, one wrong step and every step will be wrong. If they didn't interfere with the relationship between Shu Ziqian and the evil emperor, the Shu family could have gained the friendship of the Dragon Gate. More importantly, they could have befriended a talented young man like Ling Xiao. He could see that Ling Xiao wasn't even 100 years old. With Ling Xiao's innate endowment, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a supreme alchemist in the future. At that time, wasn't it just a matter of time for him to become a supreme alchemist? As he thought this through, he was still upset about what the Shu family had done in the past. However, in the future, he had to urge the juniors of his family to think more about Shu Ziqian. He could see that Shu Ziqian was a sentimental person. As long as they could maintain this relationship, perhaps the Shu family still had a chance. After Ling Xiao's group came out, they didn't immediately return to the Dragon Gate. Next, they had a very important matter to attend to. That was the reappearance of the investiture god altar that occurred once every 100 years. The vacated position of the Senjin of Goguryeo needed new blood to fill it. The investiture god altar had one supreme and two Senjin of Goguryeo. The supreme ranking was limited to 100 people, and it was for the entire heaven domain. In other words, these 100 supremes were the most powerful existences in the heaven domain, and the person ranked first was the undisputed number one in the heaven domain. These were all recorded on the sovereign ranking. On the other hand, the 1,000 god king list had a quota for each region. Each region had a quota of 1,000. These 1,000 godly monarchs represented the strongest godly monarchs in each domain. This proved that they had battle prowess that ordinary godly monarchs couldn't compare to. Each Senjin of Goguryeo also represented the most respected representative of each faction. No matter where a Senjin of Goguryeo appeared, they would be proud and arrogant. Thus, each godly monarch would try their best to enter the king god ranking. This was their life's goal. The Senjin of Goguryeo's name would fill up every 100 years, but it didn't mean that these people would always occupy the Senjin of Goguryeo's name. Some outstanding Senjin of Goguryeo were like passers-by. They would disappear as soon as they entered the ranking, replaced by someone else. Some would break through to the half-incipient god realm or become a true supreme, so their ranking would automatically disappear and be replaced by someone else. There were also some who accidentally died in some secret domain or were killed by some ferocious beasts, so their spots would be empty. Thus, after every 100 years, the ranking would have more or less empty spots for other godly monarchs to compete for. Facing this situation, the Senjin of Goguryeo's name became very popular. Each godly monarch who thought that they were powerful wanted to compete for this spot. Naturally, it was hard to avoid fierce battles. It could be said that the investiture of the gods ranking could be described as earth-shaking. The Sky Dragon Zone was so vast that it had so many different forces. Although the King God Realm experts were only 1 out of 10 million people here, it was still an unusually large number. The peak god kings of each force wanted to enter the ranking. They would bring the precious treasures of their forces to challenge the ranking. This was definitely an unprecedented event that would attract tens of thousands of people. The investiture god altar was located in the center of the Sky Dragon Zone. This area was called the investiture of the god's land. The investiture god altar was located in the void above this area. There were many challenges that the immemorial masters had set up. There were many top-grade divine treasures and even some rare ancient god treasures and supreme materials. Warriors had to compete for them with their own abilities and lucky chances. Whoever could cross all the challenges to reach the last level and enter the investiture god altar would receive the name of Senjin of Goguryeo. It could be said that those who wanted to obtain the position of Senjin of Goguryeo would have to go through many life and death trials and face the slaughter of many peak godly monarchs. Although the name of Senjin of Goguryeo was honorable and glorious, not everyone dared to challenge it. After all, how could glory be more important than one's life? When the investiture god altar was about to open, powerful auras were mobilized from all over the Sky Dragon Zone. Many people below the godly monarch level had to keep an extremely low profile during this period of time. They were afraid that they would accidentally provoke the future Senjin of Goguryeo. That would definitely be a huge matter that could cost them their lives. At the same time, there were also many people who wanted to join in the fun and make friends with more powerful godly monarchs. They traveled thousands of miles to the investiture of the god's land. However, those who could go there were all supreme experts at the godly monarch level and above. These people made up the least number of low and mid-level godly monarchs. Most of them were at the mid-level and above. Chapter 1304. The conferred god altar was about to open. Many divine kings had already gathered in the conferred god land, which spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers. Some of these divine kings came from super factions, while others came from regular major factions. There were even some from hidden factions. There was no lack of itinerant cultivators as well. In short, all the divine kings who felt that they were powerful or just wanted to join in the fun had come. All of them rode on dazzling holy beasts and wore flowing light divine armors. They held rare god artifacts in their hands, and they surged over from all directions like heavenly soldiers. They seemed extraordinarily mighty and extraordinary. If regular cultivators came here, they would probably be dazzled by the many holy beasts and god artifacts in front of them. Those rarely seen mutated holy beasts, and even some high-level holy beasts that were close to the level of divine beasts, flew over one after another. They raised their heads to the sky and let out long roars, bringing with them an incomparably majestic aura that shook the surroundings. Meanwhile, those divine artifacts competed with each other to shine, emitting beams of colorful divine light that illuminated the surroundings in an incomparably gorgeous manner. These divine kings who had come here had all changed their usual low-profile appearance. They all radiated with powerful auras. They wanted to intimidate some ignorant nobodies before the altar opened so that they would not encounter any trouble when ascending the altar. At the same time, they were also showing off just how powerful they were. Most of the god kings had come in groups. Their strength was at the peak of the god king realm, and a portion of them were high-level god kings. No one below the high-level god king realm would think that they were here to fight over the altar. They were just here to watch the show. They all chose their own territories and settled down, waiting for the altar to open. At this moment, an extremely imposing group of people arrived in the distance, causing the surrounding divine kings to look over. There were a total of over 20 of them, and they were the largest group that had come together. They were also the most powerful group. There were actually over 10 peak stage god kings, and the rest were high-level god kings. None of them were god kings below the high level. They were all riding holy beasts that had reached the 10th tier and above, and the person leading them was riding on a mutated leopard king. This mutated leopard king had actually reached the 10th tier. It had fur that looked like patterns, and it had a pair of snowy wings that could summon snow and freeze everything. Standing on top of the leopard king was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He stood with both hands fluttering in the wind. His demeanor was extraordinary, but the most eye-catching thing about him was his pair of snow-white eyebrows, which actually reached his chin, giving him the air of an immortal. This group was from the North Snow Alliance. The white-browed middle-aged man was called White Brow, Divine King by Mushi. He was a powerful existence of the North Snow Alliance in the past 1,000 years. It was said that he had once fought to a draw with the North Snow Alliance's Senjin of Goguryeo. Now, he of the Senjin of Goguryeo, he only needed an opportunity to prove his strength of Senjin god of Goguryeo of the North. In the north of the Dragon Gate, the North Snow Alliance was not as famous as the Blazing Flame Merchants, the Sun Moon Sect, the Divine Axe Gang, and other superpowers, but they had the same strength as them. The North Snow Alliances by Mushi and the others definitely had the qualifications to challenge the Senjin of Goguryeo of the North. That That's the North Snow Alliance's people. They look really imposing. It seems like they're taking the Senjin of Goguryeo of the North Snow Alliance very seriously. Isn't that so? I've traveled around the North Snow Alliance 30 years ago, and I've long heard that the White Brow Divine King is already invincible under the Senjin of Goguryeo. I think this time, there will definitely be a place for him in the Senjin of Goguryeo of the North Snow Alliance. Hee, that's hard to say. 100 years ago, there were so many heroes buried in the altar. Now, there won't be a lack of White Brow. That's right. It's hard to say who will be on the altar in the end. Don't say it too early. But there will definitely be a place for me there. Bai Mushi was very satisfied with the people's surprised expressions when they saw him. It seemed like other than being famous in the North Snow Alliance, there were also people who knew him in other places. Just when they were about to land somewhere, a group of ferocious god kings charged over from another direction. The number of divine kings in this group was not less than the North Snow Alliance's group. In fact, there were 2 or 3 more of them. All of you, get out of my way. Among that group of people, one of them actually blasted a move in the direction of the North Snow Alliance. Rumble. This attack was not aimed at anyone, but it prevented the North Snow Alliance's group from landing, and they took the spot that the North Snow Alliance's group was about to land. The North Snow Alliance's people were all very angry. The spot that they had chosen was actually taken by someone else. This was a matter of face. This place is ours. Please go somewhere else. The person who attacked just now said coldly. Bastard, how dare you? Someone from the North Snow Alliance immediately jumped out and scolded. However, just as a conflict was about to break out, Bai Mushi waved his hand at his people and landed in another direction. He actually did not fight with that group of people. Humph, if you have the guts, come and fight with me. I don't mind killing you in advance. That person shouted arrogantly. Thus, everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. It seems like the Godly Axe Gang is here. They are still so overbearing. They actually took North Snow Alliance's spot as soon as they arrived. It seems like the North Snow Alliance is afraid of them. Lower your voice. If they hear you, they will not let you have an easy time. They have always been overbearing. Some time ago, I received news that the Sun and Moon sect fought with them on the road. It was said that the Sun sect's people were almost defeated. If it were not for the Moon sect's women who arrived in time, the Sun sect's people would not have been able to deal with the Godly Axe Gang. The Godly Axe Gang Senjin of Goguryeo has almost 50 people. They are only slightly weaker than Dragon Gate and Sword Cleansing Manor. They are faintly catching up to Sword Cleansing Manor. Yes, these are all people that we cannot provoke. We should avoid them if we can. We will deal with them when it is time to ascend the altar. After a few days, people from Dragon Gate, Sword Cleansing Manor, Blazing Flame Merchants, Sun and Moon Sect and many other superforces arrived one after another. This piece of land was already filled with godly kings. At a glance, there were at least 38,000 of them. These people represented the most powerful existences among all the godly kings in the Sky Dragon territory. Their auras flickered unceasingly in the sky. Among these people, there were more than 10 people that people thought highly of. This was because they had been in the world for a long time and enjoyed extraordinary prestige in the Sky Dragon territory. In these people's hearts, the person most likely to ascend the altar was Dragon Gate's fire god body, Ji Tianfeng, a peak godly king. Ji Tianfeng had already become famous in the Sky Dragon territory 1,000 years ago. At that time, he was only a mid-level godly king. However, when he was fighting with other forces for a divine object in a secret realm, he fought 1 against 5. There was even a high-level godly king among the opponents, and the rest were all at the same level as him. Originally, he was bound to lose, but he was able to miraculously turn the situation around. He killed 4 of the 5 mid-level godly kings, while the high-level godly king was heavily injured and fled. Many people saw that battle, and from then on, Ji Tianfeng's name began to gain an extremely high reputation among the godly kings. Of course, that was only the battle that made him famous. After that, there were many other glorious battles that were known and spread out, which allowed him to ascend to the top of the list. The person ranked second was still someone from Dragon Gate. He was an outstanding godly king from Kim people, Ling Fei Wu. He also had the strength of a peak godly king. Kim people's ancient emperor mystic technique was already well known in the heaven domain. Ling Feiwu could increase his battle prowess by nearly 30 times. He was definitely one of the strongest contenders for the position of Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. The reason why he was ranked second was mainly because his battle experience was too little, and he was a little low-key. It was because someone had seen him kill the slaughter gods on the slaughter god list, and those were all peak godly kings. The third was Barter from Divine Axe Gang. He had the strength of a peak godly king, and he had already condensed a 10,000 times gravitational field. He had an absolute advantage in group battles. The fourth was Su Mo from Sun Moon Sect, who was known as the future Sun Emperor. This person had already comprehended the Fist Intent realm to a profound level when he just entered the Godly King realm. He was almost invincible among those of the same rank. Now that he was already a peak Godly King, one could imagine how terrifying his battle prowess was. The fifth was a peerless beauty. Her beauty was said to be on par with the #1 beauty, Lu Pia Piao, by the geniuses of Sky Dragon District, Xianxia. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance, but she had a pair of strange eyes with special divine power. Whoever met her would be a very troublesome matter. It was said that she was the personal disciple of the guardian elder who guarded the territory gate to Sky Tiger District, and she also had the strength of a peak godly king. The sixth was Zhuang Wenqi from Sword Cleansing Manor. The seventh was by Mushi from North Snow Alliance. The eighth was Lai Yen from Blazing Flame Merchants. The ninth was a mercenary king, Yan Yu. In short, those who were ranked in the 10th and above were all people who were favored by the majority to obtain the position of Senjin of Goguryeo. As for those who weren't famous, they couldn't be underestimated either. After all, many of them were very low-key. They would only reveal their true powerful battle prowess when the battle began. There was no lack of such dark horses in history. The apotheosized altar hadn't opened yet, but there were already many battles raging in this world. Among the many godly kings, there would always be some friends that they knew. Friends would definitely gather together and plan to call on each other when they entered. There were also a small number of people who were mortal enemies. Once they met, they would immediately start a battle. This was not surprising at all. Among them, there was a high-level godly king who came from an unknown force called Ding Gudu. He had provoked the most enemies. There were actually 3 groups of people surrounding him, and there were more than 10 of them. Among them, there were even a few peak godly kings. Anyone would think that Ding Gudu would definitely die before he could succeed. However, when he made his move, he immediately shocked everyone. His protective spiritual beast was actually a 10th level peak heavenly tiger. It was a high-level holy beast that was infinitely close to the white tiger divine beast. Moreover, he held a strange divine weapon in his hand. It seemed to have the power to suppress all divine weapons. Relying on this white tiger divine beast and this strange divine weapon, he was actually able to face the encirclement calmly. Moreover, he even killed 3 high-level godly kings. This was destined to make Ding Gudu famous in the Sky Dragon domain before he became Senjin of Goguryeo. Chapter 1305. The conferred god altar was bustling with activity. On Dragon Gate side, their group had a total of 40 people, but these 4 people were not very united. They were actually divided into 2 teams, and each team had exactly 20 people. One team was led by Ji Tianfeng. He looked very young, handsome, and was a rarely seen handsome man. He was riding an explosive flame dragon, which was a high-level holy beast that was closest to the true dragon clan like flood dragons. It had already reached the high level of the 10th step, but its true battle prowess was absolutely not inferior to ordinary peak-level 10th step holy beasts. The majority of those who came with Ji Tianfeng had the strength of a peak divine king, and only a few were high-level divine kings. This battle prowess was definitely a rather powerful existence, and no one dared to provoke them. The other team was led by Ling Feiwu. He was considered to be 1 generation lower than Ling Gang, and if he saw Ling Xiao, he would still have to call Ling Xiao great-uncle. The number of peak divine kings by his side was 3 less than Ji Tianfeng's side, and 3 more high-level divine kings. But don't look down on such a force. If they really fought, Ji Tianfeng's side might not be able to withstand it, because there were quite a few direct descendants of Kim people who came with Ling Feiwu, and they all possessed divine might that could raise their battle prowess. The reason why outsiders thought that Ling Feiwu was inferior to Ji Tianfeng, but both of them were clear that the 2 of them were actually evenly matched. After all, they had fought together 3 times in Dragon Gate, but neither of them was able to do anything to the other. The only thing they could compare was that Ji Tianfeng was younger than Ling Feiwu by 200 years, and he had the advantage in this aspect. Although the two groups belonged to two different factions, they wouldn't let outsiders see that they were at odds with each other. Ji Tianfeng was currently chatting with Ling Feiwu, and people who didn't know would think that the two of them were very good brothers. Senior brother Ling, I heard that divine teacher Ling is coming to participate in the battle. Why don't I see him coming? Ji Tianfeng asked Ling Feiwu indifferently. The divine master Ling he mentioned was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's name had already shaken the Dragon Gate. Although Ji Tianfeng had always been wandering outside, he had recently returned to the Dragon Gate and heard all kinds of deeds related to Ling Xiao, so he paid special attention to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was actually able to suppress He Gong, the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo, who was ranked in the 800s, with a single move. This ability was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, Ling Xiao had such an achievement at such a young age. Ji Tianfeng felt that Ling Xiao might be a body snatcher of Kim people. Of course, he wanted to see Ling Xiao in order to verify whether Ling Xiao's strength was worthy of the name. Was he really that powerful? Ling Feiwu said with a faint smile. My great-uncle went out to handle some matters, but I heard from my Uncle Gang that he will indeed come here to ascend the altar. I believe you will have the chance to see him. Ling Feiwu naturally understood Ji Tianfeng's thoughts, and he also hoped that this legendary great-uncle of his, Ling Xiao, really had some skills, so that he wouldn't lose the reputation of their Kim people. Ling Feiwu and Ji Tianfeng were about the same. They usually didn't stay in the sect, and if they wanted to become an independent expert or obtain more fortuitous encounters, they couldn't just stay in the sect. Only by going out to search for secret realms would they be able to grow faster in the midst of danger. Therefore, it was not surprising that Ling Feiwu had never seen Ling Xiao until now. Hee, I hope he can make it in time. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Ji Tianfeng said with a hint of arrogance. Although he said this, his expression had already betrayed him. From the start, he didn't think that Ling Xiao had the chance to become the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. However, Ling Feiwu's following words caused Ji Tianfeng to be shocked. I heard from my Uncle Gang that Granduncle Xiao should have been the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo a long time ago. It's just that Granduncle Xiao didn't know that it was the divine light of verification, and forcefully dispersed it. Ling Feiwu spread his hands and said. Ling Gang had already told Ling Feiwu about Ling Xiao's glorious deeds in the Snake Loyalty sect. His goal was to let Ling Feiwu know that Ling Xiao wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface, so that he wouldn't neglect this great uncle of his. At that time, when Ling Feiwu heard Ling Gang's words, he felt that it was inconceivable. Now when he saw Ji Tianfeng's shocked and disbelieving expression, he felt extremely refreshed. Senior brother Ling's joke isn't funny, Ji Tianfeng said with a faint smile. The people behind Ji Tianfeng also started to jeer and ridicule one after another. Junior brother Ling's joke is indeed not funny. We all know that Divine Master Ling's battle prowess isn't weak, but I really don't believe that he really has the strength of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. That's right, we admit that Divine Master Ling's alchemy level is very high, but he's still very young. I think it's most suitable for him to participate in this competition in a few hundred years. I agree with this. Divine Master Ling is a high-level elder of our sect. There's no need for him to risk his life to obtain the name of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His identity as a divine alchemist is not weaker than the name of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Perhaps Divine Master Ling wants to have it both ways, hee. When the people on Ling Feiwu's side heard these mocking words, their expressions all became ugly, but they couldn't refute them. On the contrary, Ling Feiwu said with certainty, At first, I also thought so. My great-uncle Xiao has only been a divine king for a short period of time, so how could he have such great ability? Later on, my uncle said that the Snake Yi sect was destroyed by my great-uncle Xiao, and one of the green bamboo snakes was personally killed by my great-uncle Xiao. From then on, the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo verified the descent of the divine light. As for whether it's true or not, it still needs to be tested. The Snake Yi sect was suddenly destroyed by someone more than 10 years ago. This had always been an unsolved case in the Sky Dragon region. Not many people knew who had the ability to destroy it. However, some of the people from the Snake Yi sect who escaped said that it was done by the Dragon Gate. Later on, an army of thousands of holy beasts suddenly descended and annihilated them. Some people deliberately investigated this matter, and it was indeed related to the Dragon Gate, and also to the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo and Lingang. However, the person who truly led the army to destroy the Snake Yi sect was someone else. The people outside might not know who Lingang would go with, but the people from the Dragon Gate all knew that this Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo was Ling Zhao's guardian elder. Ling Feiwu's words were not very certain, but it made Ji Tianfang and the others put away their mocking expressions, and each of their expressions became stern. Combining this matter, and thinking of how He Gong was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move, they felt that perhaps this was not nonsense. If this was really the case, perhaps Ling Xiao really had the qualifications to contend for the throne of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth started to descend. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of golden lights appeared high up in the sky, and the surrounding area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was illuminated by multicolored light. Bursts of 9-colored divine power flickered incessantly, appearing abnormally beautiful and dazzling. Everyone was somewhat unable to open their eyes because of this divine light, but the dense origin power that shone on their bodies made them feel incomparably comfortable and refreshed, making them feel as if they wanted to break through the shackles and break through. There seemed to be an ancient stone tablet in the crack of the void, and the 9-colored divine light was emitted from this stone tablet. It carried an ancient feeling, making people feel insignificant and shocked from the bottom of their hearts. There was an indescribable aura lingering above this giant ancient tablet, and it fused with the heavens and earth, suppressing all directions. There were altars around it, exactly 1,000 in total, and most of them already had a phantom sitting on top of them. Above these phantoms floated golden names, and these phantoms and names represented the identities of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. As for the remaining dozens of empty altars, they were the divine positions that everyone was fighting for. After anyone finally ascended the altar, they would be able to carve their name on the ancient tablet of the conferred god altar for all eternity. Everyone couldn't help but burst into an uproar, and every saint beast was neighing non-stop. Quick! Look, the conferred god altar has appeared. There are a total of 43 spots. Everyone hurry up and ascend the altar. Once in 100 years, we finally see it again. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Haha, this time, this old man will definitely become the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Whoever stops me, I'll kill them. It's not certain who will ascend the altar, but one of the spots will definitely be mine. Many god kings cried out in surprise, then rode their saint beasts towards the spatial crack. However, many of the first batch of god kings were sent flying by the 9-colored divine light before they could even enter the crack. Ah! Ah! Immediately, a series of miserable shrieks rang out, causing many to immediately slow down. Only then did they realize that this seemingly harmless 9-colored divine light actually contained such a terrifying power. Fortunately, this power wasn't fatal, and it only forcibly kept out those who didn't have enough power. A portion of the god kings had already charged through the 9-colored divine light and entered the spatial crack. This 9-colored divine light was the first test. If they couldn't even enter the entrance, how could they proceed to the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryo's assessment? This could also be considered a humane method to preserve the lives of some god kings, lest they end up as ghosts under someone else's sword if they entered. The conferred god altar only appeared for half a month each time. Whoever could ascend the altar within half a month would be the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryo's existence. Therefore, most people were very eager to make use of this time. They absolutely couldn't afford to waste it. After all, there were still many tests waiting for them inside the space. All of you scram. A rather tyrannical group of people rushed up, and their leader, a peak god king, directly brandished his divine axe to open a path. Wherever his axe light went, there would immediately be a bloody light, followed by a burst of blood-curdling screams. In just an instant, this person had injured more than 10 god kings in front of him. Then he himself rushed into the 9-colored divine light. This group was impressively the god kings from the Divine Axe Gang, and their leader was God King Barter, whom everyone unanimously favored. It was said that Barter had already cultivated the heaven-opening Pangu to the extreme and completely comprehended the power of the 82 axes, allowing him to use them. With his strength, he definitely had the power to split the heavens and earth. Ordinary people simply didn't dare to block his path, and they all hurriedly gave way. Chapter 1306. The people from the Divine Axe Gang forcefully broke through the 9-colored divine light and entered the crack in the void. The other great powers also rushed forward. In an instant, many terrifying powers were released. Colorful powers exploded, and miserable screams rang out. Many divine kings were killed by the other terrifying divine kings before they could even get close to the crack in the void, or were heavily injured and forced to retreat from the fight. The 9-colored divine light was the first test. If they couldn't even enter here, then what face did they have to rush in to fight for the position of Senjin of Goguryeo? Many of the divine kings who did not participate in the Battle of Senjin of Goguryeo saw this earth-shattering aura and sighed with emotion. This is the guy who has the strength of Senjin of Goguryeo. All of them are extraordinary. Without any real talent, it's really difficult to rush up. Isn't that so? Fortunately, we didn't overestimate ourselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know what was going on even if we died. Senjin of Goguryeo. Senjin of Goguryeo, the strongest 1,000 of all the divine kings. They are all fully deserving of the title of king. If you want to obtain this title, there is absolutely no luck at all. This is only the first trial. There are still 6 more trials to pass. Every time for these dozens of empty seats, many supreme existences will die. Not everyone only wants to pursue eternal life and ease. Only this kind of glory can prove one's own value. The crack in the void would only open for 3 days. If no one could pass through the 9-colored divine light within 3 days, it would automatically close and only open again half a month later to teleport everyone out. In these 3 days, the god-sealing grounds had already been sprinkled with the blood of many divine kings. Every drop of divine king's blood was the best divine liquid to strengthen one's foundation for any infant. However, no one cared about this kind of divine liquid. Everyone's goal was only the entrance to the crack in the void above the 9th heaven. Of course, many peak divine kings had fallen, and their divine objects had immediately become the objects of the other divine kings. It could be said that during the past 3 days, the battles on this land had been extremely intense. Anyone below God King would definitely die if they approached this place. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Those god kings who couldn't make it in time could only wait another 100 years before they could attempt the conferred god altar. Of course, there were also many people who didn't want to rush into the divine seal altar. The simplest method was to kill a Senjin of Goguryeo alone. That way, they could also snatch away the title of Senjin of Goguryeo. It was the least troublesome thing to do, but it was also the most dangerous thing. Usually, if you dare to make a move against someone, it would be a situation where one party would not rest until the other party was dead. How could an ordinary peak divine king compare to someone who could become the Senjin of Goguryeo? Just as the 9-colored divine light was about to disappear, another group of people rushed over from the other side of the sky. Little Xiao, the divine seal altar will soon close. We must rush over at full speed. A middle-aged man said to a young man beside him. The young man nodded and said to the people beside him, "You all wait here. Master and I will go to the divine seal altar." A beautiful woman beside the young man said, "Don't worry. You must come back safely." "Yes, we are just going to broaden our horizons." "It's nothing," the young man replied softly. Then, he and the middle-aged man instantly sped up and rushed towards the 9-colored divine light. The speed of the two of them was actually 10 times faster than before. They drew 2 divine lights in the sky like 2 meteors. Their auras were extremely majestic and shocking. In their direction, there were more than 10 people who were rushing with all their might, trying to break into the 9-colored divine light. However, when they felt the 2 terrifying auras rushing over from behind, they were all surprised. They didn't expect that there would be such powerful people rushing over at the last moment. However, although they felt that the strength of the 2 people was extraordinary, they were not to be trifled with. "Go back!" A strong man was very dissatisfied and he blasted at the 2 people with his saber. The saber radiance that Ling Tian slashed down was extremely powerful. It seemed that he wanted to injure the 2 people and force them to retreat. In the face of these saber radiances, even the divine kings near him felt that it was difficult to resist. However, the 2 people seemed to ignore the saber radiance and continued to rush over. "Master, let this disciple open the way for you." The young man shouted and slammed his palms like dragons. Roar! Roar! 2 peerless golden dragons suddenly rushed out from the young man's palms. These 2 peerless golden dragons were extremely powerful. They directly smashed the saber radiances into pieces. One of them even pounced towards the strong man and bit him. The strong man was shocked. He raised his divine weapon and slashed at the golden dragon. Rumble! Unfortunately, as soon as he came into contact with the powerful golden dragon light, he immediately felt the terror of this terrifying power. He was actually unable to suppress it, and was directly shaken to the point that the divine blade flew out of his hand, and his entire body was swallowed by the golden dragon. The strong man was blasted 10,000 meters away. Only a wave of energy was still reverberating in the air. When the rest of the people saw this, they were so scared that they immediately gave way. They didn't even have the courage to challenge. They knew that the strong man just now was at the peak divine king realm. If they couldn't even block a single move, what ability did they have to fight against him? When the two of them rushed into the 9-colored divine light, someone immediately shouted, I saw the dragon subduing divine palm. Isn't this the unique divine art of the Senjin of Goguryeo Qiaofeng, who is ranked in the top 10? Could it be that those two are the disciples of the Senjin of Goguryeo Qiaofeng? That young man seems to be only a high-level god king, but he already has such terrifying power. He's really powerful. That's right, these two seem to be very extraordinary. It seems that the battle for the Senjin of Goguryeo has really attracted all the supreme experts here. It seems like it's useless for us to go in. It can't be a coincidence, right? I've never heard of Qiaofeng taking in a disciple. There are a lot of things you don't know. Hurry up and go in. Even if we don't fight for the Senjin of Goguryeo's name, it's still good for us to pass through this trial. We'll have a much better chance in another 100 years. After the last few people squeezed in, the 9-colored divine light finally gradually disappeared from the sky. The crack in the void also began to quickly close up. Some of the god kings who couldn't make it in time wanted to rush up, but they were directly turned into blood by the power of the crack in the void. This scene scared the other god kings who had caught up later, and they all stopped in their tracks. The crack in the void had completely closed up, and it would only reopen in half a month and send everyone out. Of course, this referred to the living, while the dead could only stay inside forever. Within the apotheosis altar, there were already more than 10,000 peak god kings, and high-level god kings only took up a very small portion. To fight for one of the dozens of spots among so many god kings, one could imagine how terrifying the battle situation would be. However, after entering, they didn't immediately arrive in front of the ancient monument. Every single god king was separated and sent to different regions of space. The power in each region was different, but they were all places that tested the true strength and foundation of each god king. Only after passing the 6 tests would they have the right to ascend the altar. This was also to prevent others from entering in groups, which would definitely not give the other god kings any advantage. But now that they were separated, it was indeed fair. Everyone had to rely on their own strength to reach the final trial. Only then could one truly see a person's true strength. Those who had entered earlier had already passed the second trial, but there were also many who had been left behind. The middle-aged man and the young man who had entered later were the demonic emperor and Ling Xiao. They had been separated into different regions. Unless they could pass through all the trials, they would meet at the final trial. If one of them fell behind, then they were destined to have no fate with the Senjin of Goguryeo. The region that Ling Xiao had landed in was a vast sea of fire. The flames in this sea of fire were extraordinary. Even the divine body would find it hard to expel them quickly if it came into contact with any of the flames. This was an extraordinary source of flames. If other god kings didn't have high-grade god armors to protect themselves, they would probably be burnt to a crisp by the time they reached the next barrier. Moreover, this sea of fire contained unknown dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to accidental death. However, there were a few rocks floating above this sea of fire. These rocks should be an extremely rare god material, but they were completely unscathed despite being surrounded by the source of flames. Ling Xiao took a closer look at the rocks and discovered that they were emitting waves of restrictive divine light, isolating them from the flames. He also noticed that there were several figures standing on top of the few rocks. They were looking at the flames with hopeful expressions on their faces. Ling Xiao observed them and discovered that they were in a very sorry state. Some of them even had their hair singed. They looked very comical. It seems that these rocks have great life-saving effects. Ling Xiao sighed softly. On-the-spot observation was something that every expert had to pay attention to. Only by paying attention to every detail could they make use of the environment to create a better chance of survival. Of course, this sea of fire might be quite troublesome for others, But it was not a problem at all for Ling Xiao. He already had the heavenly fire bead in his sea of knowledge, so he was completely immune to the source of flames. Ling Xiao originally wanted the heavenly fire bead to absorb the source of flames to increase its strength, but he discovered that the heavenly fire bead could not absorb the power here. It was as if there was some kind of restriction restricting it. Ling Xiao guessed that this was probably a power restriction set up by the primordial supremes in ancient times, so that the spatial power in this area would remain forever and would not be destroyed. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to guess anything. He shot to his feet and darted towards the other side of the sea of fire. In an instant, the fiery power kept rushing towards Ling Xiao, trying to incinerate Ling Xiao into ashes. However, these flames could not harm Ling Xiao at all other than making him feel a little bit of pain. Just when he thought that he could easily pass through the sea of fire, the dangerous things in the sea of fire began to attack. Chapter 1307. The 7 stages of the investiture of the gods had different levels of danger. The purpose of each stage was to test the strength of a god king. Only after passing through the 6 stages and reaching the final stage within the last 3 days would the pinnacle god kings compete for the gods' altars ranking. Ling Xiao dashed through the sea of fire. Those waves of fire were like dragons that continuously swept towards him. The intense heat was really unbearable. If an ordinary god king was hit by this fiery energy, they would be incinerated into nothingness. Ling Xiao thought that he could reach the next stage as long as he passed through this sea of fire. He thought to himself, this stage isn't that hard to deal with. It wasn't difficult to pass through this stage if one was wearing a high-level defensive armor. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to let his guard down, an unknown sacred beast emerged from the sea of fire and pounced towards Ling Xiao. This fire attribute sacred beast appeared without warning. Its speed was absolutely impossible to guard against. Seeing that the huge mouth was about to swallow Ling Xiao alive, Ling Xiao finally made a counterattack. A huge flaming palm shot towards the sacred beast's mouth. Boom! The powerful force forced the sacred beast into the sea of fire. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to fly up. He frowned and tried to sense the sacred beast. However, he realized that it didn't come up again. However, he didn't think that the sacred beast was killed by his palm. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao flew up again, the sacred beast attacked again. However, it learned its lesson this time. It didn't try to swallow Ling Xiao up like before. Instead, it gathered the flames together and spat out a powerful flame attack. It wanted to use these flames to break through Ling Xiao's defenses and burn him to death. Ling Xiao sneered. He opened his mouth and sucked the flames into it. He couldn't use the heavenly fire pearl to absorb the flames, but he could absorb the energy of the attack. The moment the flames entered his mouth, the heavenly fire bead glowed brightly and swallowed the flames. It sent a joyful signal to Ling Xiao, hoping to obtain more of this original flame power. Ling Xiao was happy to oblige. He did not retaliate against the holy beast that was hiding in the sea of fire. Instead, he waited for wave after wave of fire attacks so that the Skyfire Pearl could absorb more energy. After a dozen waves of attacks, Ling Xiao absorbed all of the flame energy. The power of each strike was comparable to that of a high-level god king. Furthermore, it was amplified in this sea of fire. Ordinary peak god kings would suffer if they were the slightest bit careless, but Ling Xiao dealt with it calmly like he was playing. It was truly enviable. Ling Xiao had long since noticed that there was a Type 10 explosive flame dragon beneath the sea of flames, and it was already showing signs of transforming into a true dragon. Seeing this mighty holy beast, Ling Xiao was tempted, thinking of subduing it. However, he also guessed that none of the holy beasts controlled here would be able to subdue it. The only option was to kill it or let it go. Ling Xiao could only sigh inwardly. What a pity! The explosive flame dragon seemed to know that it could not do anything to Ling Xiao. It revealed half of its head, and its 2 large nostrils spewed out a few streams of flames. Then, it dove back into the sea of fire unwillingly and did not appear again. Ling Xiao shook his head and sped up towards the second trial. The flames grew stronger the further they went, and the temperature was also shockingly high. Martial artists who cultivated the 3 attributes of metal, wood, and ice would definitely not fare well against such flames. They were all restrained by the fire attribute, and without top-grade armor, it would not be easy for them to clear this trial. After half a day, Ling Xiao charged through all the waves of fire and arrived at the next trial. The third trial was the impact of the spatial turbulence. Tornado-like energy constantly swept over, and the rocks constantly rolled and collided. The spatial load increased by several thousand times. The energy of the turbulence was definitely something many peak god kings could not handle. If they were struck by the rocks carelessly, they would definitely be heavily injured or even killed. This scene made Ling Xiao think of the spatial turbulence he had encountered in the chaotic burial space. This place was very similar to that, but it was not as terrifying as the turbulence in the chaotic burial space. This was because there was a strange suction force there that made it difficult for people to control their bodies, making it very easy for them to be struck. Ling Xiao was definitely more than enough to deal with the turbulence. His speed was unparalleled after all, so it was not difficult for him to use his speed to dodge the turbulence. Not to mention that his body was comparable to a peak god artifact, so he would be fine even if he was struck. He was not like the god kings at the front who were in a rather miserable state. Some of them had even been smashed to the point that their bodies had exploded, forcing them to think of a way to retreat. Many people stopped at the third trial, which was equivalent to a morning sigh. It's too difficult to become the Senjin of Goguryeo. The power of the turbulence here is comparable to the attacks of countless high-level god kings. It's not a problem to deal with it for a while, but not everyone can forcefully blast through the flying rocks here. Isn't that so? This is a mid-level divine armor of mine, but it's actually cracked from the impact. How depressing. You're still considered lucky. Yesterday, I even saw two fellows get smashed into pieces. Let's just wait here for time to pass. We'll talk about it when we feel like we can pass. You. Look at that young man. This speed is really goddamn godly. He's only a high-level god king, but he actually has such speed. It seems like he can pass this trial. Many people looked at Ling Xiao's graceful figure, and their faces all revealed looks of envy and jealousy. The third trial was rather dangerous for others, but for a wind attribute god king, it was a piece of cake. Half a day later, Ling Xiao successfully passed through again. 2 days later, Ling Xiao had already rushed through the fourth and fifth trials. The difficulty of these two trials was greater than the previous ones, but with Ling Xiao's strength, he passed through them without much effort. Ling Xiao's fast speed had already left the god kings who had entered before him far behind him. Ling Xiao felt that these checkpoints were indeed quite difficult for ordinary peak god kings, but for those peak god kings with rich battle prowess and the help of high-level divine artifacts, there was still a chance of passing through. If those peak god kings knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably cry and curse. Do you think that everyone is as abnormal as you? Indeed, not every peak divine king could easily pass through this endless stream of attacks. After all, these power checkpoints were filled with danger at all times. Once one entered, it would be difficult to take the opportunity to recover their divine power. It would not be easy for any peak god king to rush through in one go. When Ling Xiao passed the first 5 trials, there were already very few people in the 6th trial. The 6th trial was also different from the others. He could sense that this trial was definitely more dangerous than the others, so he definitely could not be careless. Sure enough, when he had just landed on the 6th trial, a mid-stage 10th stage giant python pounced towards Ling Xiao from a hidden place. Ling Xiao was already on guard, and the golden dragon spear in his hand instantly left his hand, piercing through the mid-stage 10th stage giant python and killing it with a single strike. However, this was just the beginning. A large army of holy beasts in front of him was constantly roaring and screaming in this space. At the very center of this space was the ancient tablet and altar. Only after passing this stage would they be able to reach the final battle. There were tens of thousands of holy beasts in front of him, and there were even some mutated holy beasts or ancient holy beasts. Every single one of them was actually at the 10th order, and there were even quite a few at the peak of the 10th order. If he wanted to carve a bloody path through the army of holy beasts and reach the ancient tablet, that would be the toughest test. F***ck this. Don't tell me that all the 10th order holy beasts in the heavenly dragon region are here. Ling Xiao looked at the holy beasts and exclaimed, his scalp tingling. It had to be known that regardless of which ancient mountain range, it was already very good to be able to reach the 9th order holy beast, and it was impossible to reach the 10th order without sufficient bloodline. In every ancient mountain range, it was already quite impressive to be able to find 100 10th order holy beasts. However, there were so many 10th order holy beasts in this space, as though it was a paradise for beasts. It was truly astonishing. However, the various source energies in this space were relatively dense, more than 10 times denser than the outside world. It was not surprising that so many 10th order holy beasts could be nurtured here. Anyone who entered this space would have the urge to stay here forever to cultivate, and one's cultivation speed would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, there was not only the army of holy beasts in this space, there were also many holy grasses and divine herbs growing here. It was truly heartbreaking to be eaten by these holy beasts. In addition, there were many dilapidated ancient palaces sitting on the ancient peaks, exuding a simple and ancient aura. One could sense that there were definitely some remnants of divine items in these ancient palaces. It was already very difficult to pass through this area to reach the ancient tablet, and it would be even more difficult to take away the divine items from here. At this time, Ling Xiao no longer dared to be careless. He wore a set of top-grade defensive divine armor and held the golden dragon spear in his hand as he swept forward. Since he had come, the name of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo must have a place for him. Ling Xiao had just barged in when several holy beasts in the vicinity moved out at the same time. These holy beasts all knew that there would be a turbulence in this space every 100 years. Their mission was to prevent these humans from rushing to the ancient tablet in front. Ling Xiao roared towards the sky, and he seemed to have transformed into a real dragon. He first intimidated the few holy beasts, then the golden dragon spear rushed out like a dragon, instantly blasting the huge bodies of 2 holy beasts. Large amounts of blood splattered down like rain. These holy beasts did not cower because their companions were killed. Instead, their ferocity was aroused. A 10th order advanced celestial eye divine condor flashed its celestial eye and a strange divine light shot towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 1308. Screech. Screech. A series of piercing screeches rang out. Although the celestial eye condor was only at the advanced tier 10, it was an existence that could defeat a peak tier 10. Its celestial eye condor was truly eerie. Beams of dizzying energy attacked. Be it humans or beasts, they could not withstand this influence. Ling Xiao was instantly hit by it. He felt stars in his eyes, dizzy, and his body was no longer under his control. The celestial eye condor screeched again and pounced towards Ling Xiao. A pair of claws swung down towards Ling Xiao. Those sharp claws could turn any god king into a bloody pulp. However, when the celestial eye condor caught Ling Xiao, its claws were actually unable to turn Ling Xiao into minced meat. Ling Xiao only felt a pain in his body, and he instantly woke up. He roared angrily, "Die, you bastard!" The golden dragon spear in his hand stabbed towards the celestial eye condor's abdomen, directly creating a bloody hole in the condor. The celestial eye condor cried out and instantly flapped its wings to fly away. At the same time, it shot another eerie glare at Ling Xiao, trying to confuse Ling Xiao once more. It was just that this time, Ling Xiao was prepared. He immediately guarded his mind and activated the defensive power of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, blocking all the bewitching energy. Behind Ling Xiao, a tier 10 gold devourer rat stealthily bit towards Ling Xiao. The teeth of the gold devourer rat were known as the toughest divine teeth. No matter how tough something was, it could shatter under its divine teeth. Even if Ling Xiao's physical body was comparable to a top-notch divine artifact, if he was bitten a few times, he would probably really shatter. Ling Xiao did not have eyes on his back, but he could sense the danger coming from behind him. Without thinking, he turned around and blasted a palm at the gold devourer rat. This palm was extremely powerful, but it was unable to break through the gold devourer rat's defenses. Its golden skin was rather thick. Squeak! After letting out a few strange cries, a pair of golden mouthpieces gnawed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged to the side and didn't use the golden dragon spear to counterattack. Instead, he slapped out a stream of heavenly fire at it and burned it. Fire restrains metal. This is an unchanging rule since ancient times. If it was just a single type of flame, the golden devourer wouldn't be afraid. However, this was a heavenly flame of the origin. It was burning so much that it was in extreme pain. Ling Xiao did not plan to get entangled with these holy beasts anymore. He took a step forward and increased his speed to the extreme, flying forward. Whether it was the celestial eye condor, the gold devourer rat, or the other sacred beasts, it was simply impossible to kill them all. As long as he could get past these sacred beasts and arrive at the ancient steel, he would be considered to have successfully passed the test. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not plan to expend his divine power on these sacred beasts. It was just that it was impossible to evade all of the sacred beasts' attacks. They had all kinds of elemental powers and all kinds of special abilities. Even with Ling Xiao's unparalleled speed, it was impossible to dodge all of them. Moreover, there were peak tier 10 existences among them. The degree of their ferocity was rather terrifying. However, Ling Xiao's strength was formidable. He relied on his many terrifying divine techniques to forcefully carve out a bloody path and killed many sacred beasts. The defensive divine armor on his body also had many cracks. One could imagine how terrifying the attacks of these sacred beasts were. Of course, if Ling Xiao wanted to rush over in one breath, he believed that he could still do it. However, he wanted to harvest some rare divine materials here, so his speed of advancement was naturally incomparably slow. Half a day later, Ling Xiao collected a total of several dozen stalks of divine herbs. Among them, there were even 2 stalks of top-notch divine herbs, which made his heart blossom with joy. For this, he had paid a hefty price. At this time, after Ling Xiao killed a Crescent Wolf King, he prepared to investigate the dilapidated ancient hall in the mountains. However, at this time, he caught a glimpse of someone who was actually the same as him, slaughtering out a path and directly skimmed into the ancient hall. However, he could tell that that person did not have it as easy as him. His sacred beasts all suffered considerable injuries. Furthermore, they were bombarded by many sacred beasts until they fell into the hall. It was also precisely because of this that Ling Xiao discovered that those sacred beasts did not pursue people who entered the ancient hall. No wonder these ancient halls could be preserved until today. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and also rushed into the ancient hall. However, he had just rushed in when many restrictive powers instantly rushed towards him. Ling Xiao was shocked to discover that this ancient hall was actually not ordinary. It also contained great killing intent inside. Rumble! Caught off guard, Ling Xiao immediately suffered the bombardment of these powers, shaking him until he was dizzy. Fortunately, he was wearing a divine armor on his body. In addition to his abnormal physical body, under the double defense, he did not feel that it was a big deal. However, he also hurriedly retreated. "I was careless," Ling Xiao exclaimed. The power of each restrictive power here was not inferior to the power of a peak divine king's all-out attack. If it were those without the defense of a divine armor, they would definitely die after being bombarded by the restrictive power. If it was just an ordinary divine armor, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. These restrictive powers were set up too discreetly, making people unable to detect them at all. "Oh, he's actually fine?" A surprised voice sounded in another direction. Ling Xiao looked sideways and found that it was the person who was chased by the sacred beasts just now. However, looking at his appearance, he did not enter the ancient hall at all. Instead, he landed outside the ancient hall. This person's appearance was rough and heroic, his eyes were fierce, and his body was sturdy. His exposed arms had blue veins popping out, especially abnormally overbearing. His body emitted a wild and murderous aura, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. He held a wolf-tooth mace in his hand and wore a set of dusty divine armor. There were many places on his body that were stained with blood, but his divine power was very vigorous. It could be seen that this person was not easy to deal with. If Ling Xiao could come a few days before the opening of the altar, he would definitely know who this person was. He was Xianxia, the famous mercenary king of the Sky Dragon domain, who was regarded as the most competitive senjin of Goguryeo by the outside world. Xianxia had been a mercenary since he was very young. Until now, it had been more than 30,000 years. In a situation where he had no background, he relied on hunting in the forest, looking for spiritual items, and finally became a mercenary king that commanded hundreds of thousands of people. It was indeed impressive. When Xianxia saw Ling Xiao looking at him, he immediately cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and said, "Little brother, you are very strong. You actually dared to barge into this ancient temple." Xianxia's voice was as loud as a large bell, and it sounded like he was a forthright person. Ling Xiao immediately lowered his guard against this strong man. He cupped his hands at Xianxia and said, "I didn't know that there was something strange here, and I almost lost my life here. That was not worth it." Xianxia found that Ling Xiao did not seem to know him and was not afraid of him, so he immediately became interested. "I am Xianxia. How should I address you, little brother?" He found that Ling Xiao only had the strength of a high-level god king, but he was able to barge all the way here without any damage to his divine power. He guessed that Ling Xiao might have a strong foundation. It was just that he did not know which faction Ling Xiao was from. So it is Brother Yan. This little brother is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied. Hee. Little brother's name is very suitable for you. You must be very attractive to women. Yu smiled and said, Are you interested in accompanying this brother to barge into this ancient temple? I heard that there are a lot of good things here. Ling Xiao looked at the ancient temple and said, The restrictions here have not been erased. It seems that the previous seniors were unable to pass through the restrictions here. Brother Yan, are you sure you want to barge in? Although the power here was strong, if he really wanted to barge in, he might be able to. However, he considered that the previous seniors were unable to break through the restrictions here, so it must be very dangerous here. He must be cautious. Yu laughed heartily and said, Little brother, I won't hide it from you. This elder brother is a mercenary. I have seen all kinds of scenes and gone through all kinds of dangerous places. Unless we can't break through the restrictions here, even if it is the king of hell, this elder brother will still barge in. After pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice and said, Little brother, you should know that the more dangerous a place is, the more precious treasures there are. Yu seemed to want to pull Ling Xiao into the water. He actually didn't despise Ling Xiao for being a high-level god king. It was not bad for him to have this kind of vision. Since Brother Yan has this kind of courage, how can this little brother shrink back? Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Although he already had divine treasures that others couldn't imagine, Ling Xiao still felt that those were divine materials that the soul race needed in the future. He couldn't completely take them for himself. Moreover, this ancient palace might have many divine treasures. How could Ling Xiao complain about having too many of them? Good, you have guts. I like to make friends with people like you the most. If we can get in there, we will split it 50-50. This elder brother won't take anything from you. Yu patted his chest confidently. Brother Yan, you have the final say. Right now, we should join hands to break the restrictions here first. Ling Xiao replied. Of course. Yu replied excitedly. It seemed that he was really interested in finding these divine treasures. The two of them faced the gate of the ancient palace and attacked it with all of their powers. A golden dragon and a wolf king roared and attacked the gate at the same time. Explosions reverberated unceasingly, shaking the entire place. However, the ancient palace was still as steady as a rock. The two of them had attacked more than 10 times, but they still couldn't break the restrictions on this gate. Yu couldn't help but feel sad. No wonder why the previous warriors couldn't break this barrier. It requires at least the power of a half-incipient god realm to open it. Ling Xiao didn't think so. He thought that this was at least a great expert's barrier. However, after a long time, some of its power had been weakened. Brother, step aside. I will try to break it. If it doesn't work, we can only go to the next ancient palace, said Yu. Then, he shouted and gathered all of his energy to the peak. A phantom of a wolf king appeared behind him, looking incomparably ferocious. Ling Xiao could feel that Yu's power had increased dozens of times in just a blink of an eye, and Yu's body had doubled in size. Ah! Yu shouted in shock and poured all his strength into the mace. Then, he fiercely smashed the mace towards the restricted area. Boom boom! Chapter 1309. Yu was worthy of being the king of mercenaries. He used to have a secret technique that could increase his fighting competence dozens of times in a short time. Coupled with the top-grade god artifact in his hand, the power he could unleash was terrifying. Even if he couldn't reach the half-incipient god realm, he wasn't far from it. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. His formidable power had hit the door 10 times, but it still couldn't break the barrier. Phew! Yu heaved a heavy sigh, his figure returned to its original state, and his strength instantly weakened a lot. It's not good. Bro, seems like we can only move forward. This barrier is too hard to break. Without the half-incipient god realm, we can't break it. Yu sighed. Then, he sat down cross-legged to recover his god power. Using the secret technique had consumed a lot of energy. Even he couldn't endure it. Unless it was a critical moment, he would never use this secret technique. However, he didn't seem to be wary of Ling Xiao at all. He showed it in front of Ling Xiao. If someone had bad intentions, He would seize this chance to kill him and take everything he had. Of course, Yan Yu was an experienced warrior. If he dared to do that, he would have a backup plan. At the same time, he wanted to seize this chance to see if Ling Xiao was a good friend. While Yan Yu was resting, Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar quietly appeared, and immediately concealed himself. Even Yan Yu couldn't see his existence. The god soul clone was at the half-incipient god realm. At the same time, it could increase his fighting competence dozens of times. It wasn't something an ordinary half-incipient god realm expert could compare to. "Destroy it for me!" Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. His divine soul avatar punched out with the 9 suns heaven-burning fist. The torrential fist intent shook the barrier and caused it to crack. Yan Yu was frightened. He thought that Ling Xiao would attack him. He hurried to retreat. However, when he saw the situation, he found that the ancient palace was shaking unceasingly. The barrier around the door was destroyed. What? What's going on? Yan Yu screamed in fear. Ling Xiao didn't bother to explain and beckoned to Yan Yu. "Brother Yan, let's go in." With that, he took the lead and walked into the ancient hall. How could Yan Yu hesitate? He immediately rushed over and at the same time, laughed and said, "Brother, you're really amazing. You actually hid your strength." Ling Xiao said modestly, "Brother Yan, you must be joking. You were the one who destroyed this restriction with your full strength just now. I merely picked up a ready-made one." He only spoke a few words to everyone he met. Although Ling Xiao's first impression of Yan Yu was quite good, it didn't mean that he completely trusted Yan Yu, a friend whom he had just met. He believed that Yan Yu was the same. Otherwise, how could Yan Yu escape so quickly? Wasn't it obvious that his consumption wasn't as great as it seemed on the surface? When Yan Yu heard Ling Xiao's words, he felt a little confused. Just now, he really didn't sense how Ling Xiao made his move. He thought to himself, could it be that he really picked up Ping Yi? The two of them cautiously walked inside and found that the ancient hall was even more magnificent than it looked from the outside. The 8 ancient pillars were like heavenly pillars, propping up the great beam of the ancient hall. There were dragons and phoenixes engraved on them, carrying bursts of ancient and desolate aura towards the two of them. Although all the tables and chairs in the hall were turned upside down, there was not a single speck of dust on them. It looked particularly clean. Occasionally, one could feel an inexplicable power flashing here. In the center of the hall, there seemed to be several divine objects, all emitting bursts of divine light, giving people a very dazzling feeling. Divine objects. There must be extraordinary divine objects up there. Yan Yu's eyes shone brightly as he shouted. Although Yan Yu's eyes were red, he was not in a hurry to rush forward. He had entered and exited all kinds of secret realms. The greater the temptation, the more calm he had to be. He must not be overwhelmed by what he saw in front of him. Otherwise, even a little bit of carelessness could cost him his life. Sure enough, there were strange things flashing behind the pillars. 8 figures wearing ordinary clothes walked out. They didn't have any vitality, but they still held divine weapons in their hands. It seems that they should be the guardian puppets here. One to deal with half of them. As Yan Yu saw his targets, he couldn't wait to shout at Ling Xiao. Then, he attacked 2 of the puppets. Ling Xiao stood still at his spot. He could feel that these 8 puppets weren't ordinary at all. They were 8 half-incipient god realm puppets. Since the barriers in this place were so powerful, the divine objects in this ancient hall shouldn't be cheap. These puppets were aiming at the center from 8 directions. Their purpose was obvious. While fighting with the puppets, Yan Yu recognized the intimidation of these puppets. He was blown backward. "Brother, run. These 8 half-incipient god realm puppets aren't easy to deal with." Yan Yu retreated and shouted. Although these half-incipient god realm puppets couldn't use their elemental attacks, their attacking power was much stronger than a peak god king. If they wanted to fight with these 8 puppets, they didn't know whether they could survive or not. This time, Yan Yu came here for the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He didn't want to die here because of something in this place. However, his eyes showed that he was unwilling. If there were only 2 puppets, he would have risked his life to take that divine object. "Yanji, since you're here, why should we retreat? With your competence, it shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with 2 puppets. Leave the other 6 to me," Ling Xiao said. He didn't even use his weapon, directly storming towards the puppets. Ling Xiao had used all of his powers. His fighting power was dozens of times stronger than before. A peerless dragon roared above the ancient hall. Yan Yu screamed in fear when he saw that. Dragon Gate. He's not from Kim people's side. Pausing for a while, he exclaimed, "No wonder he has such courage." Finally, Yan Yu knew Ling Xiao's identity. After all, his surname was Ling. Only Kim people's people could enhance their fighting competence in just a blink of an eye. Ling Xiao stormed into the group of puppets, using his bare hands to fight against them. His subduing dragon palm shot out golden dragons, bombarding those puppets. The bodies of those puppets weren't weaker than Ling Xiao's. They could withstand Ling Xiao's attack and still storm towards him. These half-incipient God Realm puppets were fast, and their attacks were extraordinary. Ordinary peak God King Realm warriors couldn't resist them. However, Ling Xiao was different. He had an abnormal body, so close combat was his best fighting style. Although those puppets were half-incipient God Realm, they could only use 1/3 of the real power of a real half-incipient God Realm warrior. Without the pressure of the space power, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of their attacks. He chose to confront them directly. He turned his palm into a fist, blasting out the torrential fist intent of the 9 sun-burning sky fist. The extreme yang flames directly burned those puppets. The bodies of those puppets were made of many divine materials, but their clothes were ordinary. They were burned in just a blink of an eye. When Ling Xiao's punches hit them, they left fist marks on their bodies. The heaven flames were still burning. Sooner or later, they would be burned into ashes. Ling Xiao had to pay a big price for that. His shoulders and body were hit by the puppet's divine weapons. He was blown away like a cannonball. Ling Xiao's god body was deformed. Gold light oozed out of his body. Although he had the divine armor and his abnormal body, he was still hurt. Those half-incipient God Realm puppets weren't easy to deal with. If it were someone else, their divine body would have exploded and they would have died. "Yan Ji, what are you waiting for?" Ling Xiao frowned, shouting at Yan Yu. Only then did Yan Yu recover from his shock, and with a cry of surprise, he charged towards the other 2 puppets. He was frightened. "Oh my, this Ling bro looks like he's just a high-level King God Realm warrior. I didn't expect him to be so powerful." What I just saw was the dragon-subduing palm of precursor Qiao Feng of Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. And that fire fist looked like the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun Sect. They're all famous divine techniques in the Heaven territory. And this Ling bro knows all of them. It's unbelievable. Yan Yu urged his secret technique to increase his power. He could deal with the 2 half-incipient God Realm puppets now. Ling Xiao seized the chance to send his God Soul clones to attack the 6 puppets. The God Soul clones immediately sneaked in front of the puppets and punched one of them. Boom! Boom! Even the real half-incipient God Realm experts couldn't detect Ling Xiao's God Soul clones, let alone these puppets. Although their bodies were tough, Ling Xiao's God Soul clones couldn't compare to them. After several punches, the 6 half-incipient God Realm puppets were blown up. Ling Xiao didn't try to be polite and collected the divine weapons in their hands. He wouldn't share these spoils of war with the others. Ling Xiao turned around to watch Yan Yu and the 2 puppets fight. Although Yan Yu could fight them evenly, it was strenuous for him. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to help them. He was sure that Yan Yu could defeat these 2 puppets. Anyway, Sure Yan could see that Yan Yu's divine technique wasn't ordinary at all. It had a fierce and desperate power. Usually, it was a one-hit kill, aiming at the vital parts of the opponent. No matter who it was, encountering this kind of desperate fighting style, they would immediately become timid. As expected, a while later, Yan Yu took advantage of the moment when the 2 puppets passed each other. He swung his club viciously at the head of one of the puppets, while his back was struck by the sword of the other puppet. Fortunately, he was wearing God artifact, so he was only injured. He was fine. After getting rid of one, he immediately felt a lot more relaxed. After 5 moves, he blew up another puppet. After collecting his spoils of war, he immediately swallowed some pellets. However, his power had decreased a lot. It seemed that using the secret technique to increase his fighting competence had consumed a lot of God power. Yan Ji, let's go and see what good stuff it is. Ling Xiao shouted at Yan Yu. Yan Yu turned his head and saw that the 6 puppets that Ling Xiao had been fighting had all fallen to the ground. He was dumbstruck. He was now sure that it was Ling Xiao who had opened the restrictive shield outside. Right when the two of them were about to take the divine items, many people stormed in from the outside. Chapter 13:10. As Ling Xiao had the competence to fight against a half-incipient God Realm expert, it wasn't a problem for him to destroy those puppets. Yan Yu was the king of mercenaries. He had experienced many life and death battles. His fighting experience was abundant. Adding his secret techniques, he could barely deal with the two half-incipient God Realm puppets. After all, they were just puppets. They couldn't have the real power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. As soon as they had cleaned up the battlefield and were about to take the divine item, many people barged in from the outside. Haha, it's good that it's still here. A cheerful voice laughed in surprise. A total of 7 people landed in the ancient hall. The person who had laughed was the middle-aged man in heavy armor at the center. This middle-aged man was called Xianxia. He was strangely tall and muscular, even stronger than Yan Yu. Among the people Ling Xiao had met, only Xianyu Yi could compare to him. He had the Peak King God Realm Cultivation base. He held a mace that looked similar to Yan Yu's. Waves of brutal aura shot out from him. There were 6 more people behind him. However, from their attire, they didn't seem to be from the same force. The reason why they were together was because they had the same goal and interest. And Xiangliao was the strongest among them. Thus, they had formed an alliance and made him their leader. Boss Xiong, don't be careless. The one in front of us should be the mercenary Wang Yan Yu. He's not weak, said a skinny short man next to Xiangliao. This man and Xiangliao stood together. One was tall while the other was short. He was Fei Dong, also a Peak King God Realm expert. He was the oldest one in this group. He was the guardian elder of a middle-sized force. Many people knew Yan Yu's name. Fei Dong recognized him at first glance. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. This kind of character was famous for his ruthlessness. Fei Dong didn't think that he was qualified to compete with the other. Fortunately, they had a lot of people on their side, so they didn't need to worry too much. If you recognize me, you can still get out of here. Yan Yu frowned and shouted at the intruders. Just now, he was fully focused on dealing with the puppet, so he didn't sense someone suddenly barging in. He didn't want the meat that was already in his mouth to be snatched away by someone else. What king of mercenaries? I, old Xiong, have never heard of such a thing. I'll count to 3. Scram from here, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll even take the things in your possession. Xiong Liao lightly shook the spiked club in his hand as he sneered. In an instant, everyone in the ancient palace tensed up. However, there was one person who remained unmoved. It was as if he didn't see anyone else as he walked straight towards the god item. How dare you? You actually want to steal our divine item? One of the people behind Xiong Liao saw that someone was heading for the godly object. He immediately shouted and pulled out his sword to stab at Ling Xiao. This person's swordsmanship was extremely sharp, and his attack was as fast as lightning. A sword light instantly pierced forward. Xiao! A white light flashed, and an extremely ear-piercing slicing sound rang out in the air. Impudent! Yan Yu was right in front of these people. How could he watch others sneak an attack on Ling Xiao? He shouted and swung his spiked club to intercept the sword light. It seems that you want to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Everyone, let's get rid of them and reduce the number of opponents for the Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Xiong Liao grinned and smashed his spiked club towards Yan Yu's head. Xiong Liao seemed to have infinite strength. The power of his spiked club was very vigorous, causing the entire palace to shake. If it wasn't for the restrictive spell protecting the ancient palace, it would have been destroyed by his strength alone. Although Yan Yu had consumed a lot of his divine power, he had already taken a divine pill before he sensed that someone had come in. His strength had been restored, so he wasn't afraid of anyone. Clang! The 2 men's weapons clashed, and the 2 spiked clubs instantly collided, creating fierce sparks. In just one move, the 2 were evenly matched, and their divine power was equal. While Yan Yu was astounded by the other's competence, he roared and started to counterattack Xiong Liao. Xiong Liao wanted to kill Yan Yu, so of course, he didn't want to spare him. He shouted at the others, "You guys go kill that kid!" If it was before, Yan Yu would have been worried about Ling Xiao, But now, he wasn't worried at all. As Ling Xiao could destroy 6 half-incipient God Realm puppets in such a short time, how weak could he be? Yan Yu and Xiong Liao started to attack each other. They both wanted to kill each other. On the other side, the Peak God King who had attacked Ling Xiao was attacking Ling Xiao again. His sword technique was extraordinary. As soon as he attacked, cold light shot out from different directions towards Ling Xiao. Each of his sword light was like a spirit snake getting out of its hole. It was fast and brutal with immense god power. Stinky kid, you should clean your eyes. Do you think you can touch those things? Seeing his divine sword about to stab Ling Xiao, the man sneered contentedly. He thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to react in time and would become a dead soul under his sword. Clank! However, when his sword fell on Ling Xiao's back, it couldn't pierce through Ling Xiao's divine armor. It's a top-grade divine armor. The man had a greedy look as he screamed in surprise. He turned his sword and aimed at the nape of Ling Xiao's neck. He thought that Ling Xiao was a blockhead. He thought that Ling Xiao didn't have any room to resist. When he used the second strike, Ling Xiao had already dodged it. At the same time, he had already arrived behind the man and grabbed him by the nape of his neck. Shi Yan didn't even bother to talk. His palm released some energy, and the terrifying murderous death chi plunged into the man's neck. Sizzle! Ling Xiao's power broke through the man's defense, and a large amount of murderous death chi rushed into the man's divine body. It corroded his divine body and turned it black. Half of his life force was gone. Ah! That person let out an incomparably tragic scream, causing the others to jump in fright. When the others looked at him, they saw that his god body was shriveled, which scared them out of their wits. It was important to know that their divine bodies couldn't be destroyed so easily. Even if they came in contact with the origin of heaven fire or the origin of poison, their divine bodies wouldn't be destroyed instantly. However, their companion had been caught by their opponent in an instant. He had been corroded into a dried corpse and turned into ashes. A sense of fear immediately surged from the bottom of their hearts, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Although the man just now wasn't the strongest among them, he was still a peak god king. He was a master who had passed through 6 stages, yet he had been reduced to ashes in just one move. How could they not be afraid? Of course, they didn't know that when Ling Xiao caught this man, his soul power attack had already damaged his soul. The man's divine body naturally couldn't play any role, so it was expected that the murderous death chi would corrode his divine body. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to absorb this man's soul into his knowledge sea, and put away his divine sword and space ring. He then turned to look at the others. The cold light in his eyes instantly made them feel as if they had fallen into a frigid cellar, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Bastard, let's work together to kill him. Fei Dong shuddered as he recovered from his shock and shouted. He took the lead and the pair of short blades in his hands stabbed towards Ling Xiao's eyes. The other 4 also knew that now wasn't the time to retreat. Only by working together to take down this person would they be able to survive. The 5 peak god kings attacked one after another. They all used their full strength, and their power instantly compressed the space in the ancient hall, causing bursts of muffled sounds to ring out. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao with this move, or else they would be the ones to die. Ling Xiao sneered, "Since you're courting death, don't blame me." Ling Xiao's soul power instantly split into 3 and attacked Fei Dong and the other 2. At the same time, the ice and fire sword appeared in his hand and an icy light flashed. Ah! 3 blood-curdling screams resounded. 3 cold lights flashed, and 3 heads flew from their necks in an instant. The attacks of the other 2 had already reached Ling Xiao's position. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The place where Ling Xiao stood was bombarded by terrifying power, and the nearby tables and chairs were all turned to dust. He should be dead. One of them murmured with a frown. When everything disappeared, a figure was still standing there as steady as Mount Tai, giving off an unshakable feeling. You're actually not dead. What happened to old Fei and the others? The other person saw that Ling Xiao was completely fine, and realized that the aura of his companions had disappeared, leaving only 3 headless corpses lying on the ground, looking incomparably ferocious and terrifying. They've already gone to report to Hades before you guys. You guys should follow them. Ling Xiao said coldly, and his figure disappeared. When the 2 of them realized it, Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword had already chopped off their heads. The blood of the headless corpses splattered wildly, and a fishy smell wafted out. Their divine souls revealed incomparable fear, and they wanted to escape in a hurry. Unfortunately, how could they escape? Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to collect all their god's souls, replenishing the god's soul power in his sea of consciousness. Now, Ling Xiao didn't need to meditate to digest these god souls. With the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he could directly absorb these god souls to replenish his god soul power. After absorbing the god souls of the 6 peak god kings, Ling Xiao's god soul power had increased a lot. However, if he wanted to reach the god soul of a true master, he didn't know how many god souls he needed to absorb. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. Now that he had the god soul of a half-incipient god realm, it was enough for him to kill anyone below the Great Master realm. He should learn to be satisfied. Ling Xiao turned around to look at Yan Yu and Xiong Liao, who were still fighting. He was surprised to find that Xiong Liao was actually from the Beastman clan. The Beastman clan and the Dark Shadow clan were enemies of the Soul clan. Chapter 13:11. As the king of mercenaries, Yan Yu often went in and out of those ancient mountain ranges. His combat experience was extremely rich, and he fought with his life on the line. Otherwise, he wouldn't be evaluated so highly by others. He originally thought that it wouldn't be difficult to take down Xiong Liao. But after exchanging blows, he realized that his thinking was too simple. This Xiong Liao's strength was very strong, not the least bit weaker than those 10th tier high-tier holy beasts he killed, forcing him to use his secret technique again. The secret technique that had always been successful in the past was enough to kill any opponent in the same rank. It was just that he had a secret technique, but that Xiong Liao could transform. He actually turned into a beastman with a bear's head and a bear's body. His strength had already exploded to the extreme. Yan Yu's repeated use of the secret technique had already exhausted a lot of his divine power. Now, this beastman's strength was already a head above him, causing him to retreat continuously. You have some strength to be able to force me to this extent, but that's all. Xiong Liao bellowed angrily. The mace turned into a bear shadow, charging towards Yan Yu. Puff puff. Yan Yu continuously blocked, but his body was still sent flying far away, repeatedly vomiting a lot of blood. It seemed that he was already seriously injured. After Xiong Liao repelled Yan Yu, his vicious aura became even stronger. His strong body pounced towards Yan Yu again, wanting to kill Yan Yu. Yan Yu continuously dodged, barely managing to deal with it, but he was still bombarded until he vomited blood repeatedly. His defeat was already evident. Yan Yu wanted to summon his holy beast to help out, but discovered that his holy beast actually couldn't come out. Very clearly, this ancient temple had already cut off his connection with the holy beast. The holy beast's huge body was not allowed to cause damage in this ancient temple. Facing Xiong Liao's even more terrifying head-exploding attack, Yan Yu was already in despair. He had experienced many life and death battles, but when facing this kind of ancient race beastman of the same rank as him, his strength was also a notch lower. At the crucial moment, a figure rushed over, pulled Yan Yu away, and at the same time blocked Xiong Liao's mace attack. Clank! After the weapons clashed, the three of them instantly separated. The one who saved Yan Yu was precisely Ling Xiao, who came over with the golden dragon spear. Thank you, brother. Yan Yu said with difficulty. Hurry up and heal. Leave this guy to me. Ling Xiao responded. He pointed his golden dragon spear at Xiong Liao from afar. His strength was increased to the limit. In ancient times, many ancient clans had acted against the Soul clan, and the Beastmen clan was one of them. In fact, the Spiritas and the Beastmen didn't have any grudges. When the Spiritas were being pressured by the other races, the Beastmen took advantage of the chaos and participated in the siege of the Spiritas to plunder their resources. This was all explained in Solwin's inherited memories. Ling Xiao stared at this bearman as his dragon eyes flickered with a dense killing intent. In his eyes, this person was already dead for sure. You're actually fine? Where are the others? Xiong Liao shook his head. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was still alive and had even blocked his attack. When he scanned the area with his divine will, he discovered that the people who came with him were all dead. He glanced over and saw a few headless corpses. He immediately realized something. They're already waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road. Ling Xiao stomped his foot and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. The golden dragon spear roared as a terrifying golden dragon rushed towards Xiong Liao. Useless trash! Xiong Liao roared as he swung his mace at Ling Xiao. As soon as Ling Xiao made his move, Xiong Liao knew that he was one of Kim people's men. However, Ling Xiao was only a high-level god king. Even if he could increase his combat strength, could he compare to Xiong Liao's transformation? When he swung his mace, the power of Ling Xiao's attack was actually dispersed by him. Hee hee, you're only a... Xiong Liao sneered and swung his mace again, smashing it towards Ling Xiao in front of him. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this was just a feint from Ling Xiao, and that the one in front of him was just an afterimage of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already arrived behind him and ruthlessly stabbed his spear into Xiong Liao's back. The golden dragon spear was a top-notch god weapon with a dragon soul. The spear directly pierced a huge hole through Xiong Liao's god armor and stabbed into his body. Ah! Xiong Liao screamed and increased his strength, forcing Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear to retreat. He turned around and launched a fierce counterattack against Ling Xiao. One giant bear after another pounced towards Ling Xiao, trying to capture Ling Xiao and tear him apart. That terrifying bear might was enough to send chills down one's spine. Bear bite pounce. It was Xiong Liao's strongest attack, which was extremely lethal to close-range warriors. Even if he captured a half-incipient God Realm warrior, he would be torn apart. Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, but Xiong Liao's aura had locked him first. Since he was close to Xiong Liao, he couldn't dodge in time. Xiong Liao had grabbed both of his shoulders. Die for me! Xiong Liao's eyes reddened as he roared in fright. His bare paws seemed to be filled with endless energy, which could even break metal and break jade. Ling Xiao felt that his body was about to be torn into two halves. Fortunately, his body wasn't ordinary. He just felt pain, but he wasn't torn apart. Xiong Liao was frightened. He couldn't tear this kid in half at once. He continued to pour all of his power into his palms. Ugh! However, thick heaven flames suddenly burst out from Ling Xiao's body, burning Xiong Liao's bare paws red. He screamed in pain and had to loosen his grip. At the moment he loosened his grip, Ling Xiao's free hand rose up and shot out like lightning. Boom! Xiong Liao's face was hit hard by Ling Xiao. The bridge of his nose caved in, making him scream in pain. It's really tough, Ling Xiao praised. His fists were like raindrops as he punched out. Boom! Xiong Liao didn't even have the strength to resist. His bare head was smashed by Ling Xiao directly. Ling Xiao also collected his god's soul. Ling Xiao swung his hand, taking away all the things on Xiong Liao's body. Right after that, he swung his hand, sending some flames towards the corpses. After a while, there was nothing left of the corpses. Yan Yu by the side involuntarily swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. He discovered that his body actually became a little weak. Just what kind of strength does this boy have, to be actually so freakish? Yan Yu sighed with emotion in his heart. His strength was not invincible among those in the same rank, but it was also absolutely among the best. But seeing Ling Xiao blow up Xiong Liao so neatly and tidily, Yan Yu felt that Ling Xiao should be a peak divine king, while he was just a high-level divine king. The two's strength had to be exchanged for balance. Brother Yan, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked with concern. Yan Yu hurriedly shook his head and said, nothing, just a little overdrawn. I'll be fine after a rest. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, that's good. I'll go over and see what's over there. We'll divide it evenly later. No, that can't do. Yan Yu hurriedly said. The matters here could be said to be settled by others. How could he have the qualifications to divide equally with others? Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. He then walked towards the desk in the center of the ancient hall. His face was tense as he knew that these divine treasures wouldn't be easy to get. There must be some restrictions in front of them. Ling Xiao walked 2 meters in front of the desk and saw some divine treasures. Surprisingly, there was a set of yellow divine armor, a giant crescent divine sword, 3 arrow feathers placed randomly, some ancient books, and some bottles. Ling Xiao gazed at the 3 arrow feathers and screamed in astonishment. Are they the divine Bodhi arrow feathers? Looking at the 3 wooden arrow feathers, Ling Xiao had a very familiar feeling. He felt that it was very similar to the divine Bodhi bow he used. If they were really the divine Bodhi arrow feathers, his divine Bodhi bow wouldn't have any flaws anymore. When combined, it would be a complete ancient god weapon. At that time, with a divine Bodhi bow in his hand, even with his current competence, he could directly kill a half-incipient god realm expert. If he used a half-incipient god realm expert to launch a sneak attack, even a supreme expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. It should be known that the divine Bodhi bow was a mid-grade ancient god weapon. It wasn't something ordinary ancient god weapons could compare to. Ling Xiao suppressed his impulse. He raised the golden dragon spear in his hand towards the desk. However, before his golden dragon spear could stab into the counter, a burst of powerful rebounding force swept over, and a burst of restriction power fluctuations instantly flashed 1 meter in front of the counter. Indeed, it's not that easy. Ling Xiao sighed. He could only let his god soul clone out. The god soul clone wielded the golden dragon spear and attacked the restrictions. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient hall shook unceasingly as if it could collapse at any minute. Yu, who wasn't far from them, was startled. He didn't think that Ling Xiao would create such a big commotion. Ling Xiao continuously attacked more than 10 times, but he couldn't break the restrictions. He couldn't help but feel anxious. He shouted in fear. The god soul clone increased all of its power to the limit. Then, it used all of its power to attack again. Crack! The restrictions finally couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's powerful attacks and shattered. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He waved at Yu and said, "Brother Yan, come here quickly. We should split the loot and leave this place quickly." Yu hastily waved his hand and said, "No. No need. This is what you deserve." "Brother Yan, you don't treat me as a friend, do you? When we came in, we agreed to split the loot. How can you let me go back on my word?" Ling Xiao said. Yu saw that Ling Xiao didn't seem to be joking. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, since you're so kind, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Yu came before the desk and looked at the divine objects. He couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. He could see that these were extraordinary. "How about this? I'll choose the arrow feather first. It's useful to me. As for the rest, Brother Yan, you can take whichever you like," Ling Xiao said very generously. Towards friends that could be made, Ling Xiao would never be stingy in the slightest. Chapter 13:12. Yu's body trembled and he exclaimed, "No! No, little brother, you think highly of me. This is already a great honor for me. You should first choose what you need. If there are any that you don't like, then leave it for me." No matter what, Ling Xiao's actions made Yu feel that Ling Xiao was indeed a very good friend, and in his heart, he already had the intention to befriend him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Big brother Yan, at first I thought that you were a very straightforward and courageous person. Why did you suddenly become so sentimental? If I tell you to take it, then take it. Otherwise, I, Ling Xiao, will not be a friend." Hearing this, Yu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed out loud. "Haha, good. Then I won't be polite." He looked at the divine objects, and in the end, his gaze landed on the divine skills. He discovered that these were divine skills that had been lost since ancient times. Once they were cultivated to large success, their power would definitely be terrifying. In the end, he picked up a divine skill that was suitable for him to cultivate and said, "All right, there are so many good things, only this divine skill is suitable for me, the rest are all yours." Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything more. He kept the other divine objects, but left behind a jade bottle in his hand. The words, "Supreme Pill," were written on the jade bottle, and there was a pill inside. Ling Xiao handed the jade bottle to Yu and said, "Come, big brother Yan, this is yours." It turned out that there was a powerful restriction isolating the divine objects here. So Ling Xiao was not worried that the medicinal properties of the divine pills in the jade bottle would spoil. This supreme pill was the most tempting item among them. There were only 3 of them, and each of them took an unknown amount of divine materials to refine. Its value was definitely above all the divine objects. For Ling Xiao to be able to give a supreme pill to Yu, this kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yu also suspected that he was dreaming. How could there be such a good person in this world? Ever since he was young, Yu had suffered God knows how much hardship before he broke through from a lowly and lonely youth to the current peak divine king realm. He was used to the fickleness of human nature. He was used to being stabbed in the back. He was used to the law of the jungle. Although he appeared to be very forthright with others on the surface, he always had a very strong sense of vigilance in his heart. He would never make friends with invincible people for no reason. Previously, he had thought that since Ling Xiao was able to pass 6 stages consecutively as a high-level god king, he should have quite an impressive trump card. Thus, he wanted to join forces with Ling Xiao to pass the ancient tablet. Only now did he realize that Ling Xiao was really a good friend and a good brother. He was actually able to give such a precious thing to him without even blinking his eyes. He was really at a loss. It was only after Ling Xiao stuffed the pill into his hand that he came back to his senses. Brother Ling, you are my Yan Yu's blood brother in the future. In the future, if you need elder brother's help, feel free to ask. Be it a mountain of swords or a wok of oil, elder brother will never refuse. Yan Yu said very agitatedly and solemnly. Yan Yu had traveled far and wide these few years, experienced countless slaughters, and also obtained quite a number of fortuitous encounters. But he also fell into many hidden injuries because of this, which consumed a lot of his foundation. Furthermore, he was already over 30,000 years old. Wanting to rely on his own strength to assault the supreme deity realm was virtually impossible. Now that Ling Xiao gave him the supreme pill, it undoubtedly gave him the possibility to go a step further. In his heart, he was infinitely grateful towards Ling Xiao. It really could not be expressed clearly using words. Ling Xiao patted Yan Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's not so serious. I just feel that big brother Yan is a good man and is worthy of me, Ling Xiao, to be a brother. This is nothing at all. Let's go to other ancient halls to see if there are any good things." Sometimes, being a person is not just about making strong enemies everywhere because you have something to rely on. This is simply a strenuous and unrewarding thing. If you meet a friend who is to your liking and is worthy of being a close friend, it is a very comfortable thing. Yan Yu nodded and put away the supreme pill. In his heart, he had already remembered Ling Xiao's kindness. After they looked around again and found that there was nothing else, they left this ancient hall and rushed towards another ancient hall. Just as they left the ancient hall, many holy beasts once again rushed towards them. If the two of them only wanted to rush to the ancient monument, they believed that after a round of fighting, they would be able to reach it very quickly. However, they had already tasted the sweetness, so naturally, they would not rush to the ancient monument so easily. They took turns to kill those holy beasts, and at the same time, did not forget to take away the divine grass under the territory of these holy beasts. Of course, the one who put in the most effort was still Ling Xiao. His divine power seemed to be endless and inexhaustible, which made Yan Yu admire him from the bottom of his heart. Brother Ling Xiao is the one among us who is most likely to obtain the position of Senjin of Goguryeo. No, it should be said that he already has the qualifications to become the Senjin of Goguryeo. It's just that I don't know what rank his battle prowess is. Yan Yu secretly thought in his heart. As they killed along the way, their bodies were stained with blood. They did kill many holy beasts, but there were also many wounds on their bodies. They were not completely unscathed. The two of them rushed into another 2 ancient halls. Unfortunately, the divine objects in these ancient halls had already been taken away by the people in front of them. The two of them had no patience, so they could only continue to harvest some divine grass outside. These were also very rare divine materials. When they arrived at the 4th ancient hall, they immediately sensed that there was an intense fight going on inside. "You've gone too far. I'm from the Blazing Flame Merchants. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if you flee to the ends of the earth in the future." A clear and beautiful voice came from inside the ancient hall. It was obviously coming from a woman. Hee, everyone has a share of the divine objects in the ancient hall. Don't tell me you want to monopolize them? Another cold voice replied. Isn't that right? Don't tell me that all the things in this ancient hall belong to you Blazing Flame Merchants? How about this, you serve us brothers. If you make us happy, you can pick one of these divine objects. Another person said with a lewd smile. After Ling Xiao and Yan Yu landed, they saw 3 men besieging a woman in the ancient hall. The woman was obviously at a disadvantage and could be killed by the 3 men at any time. The woman was an outstanding beauty with an enchanting and alluring figure. The tight-fitting divine armor outlined her sexy parts, making people feel as if their blood vessels were about to burst. This was a typical charming and mature young married woman. Her flashing and jumping figure exuded a moving charm. When the people fighting sensed that Ling Xiao and Yan Yu had walked in, they immediately stopped fighting. One of the men wanted to take the opportunity to rush towards the place where the divine objects were placed. He wanted to take all the divine objects away. Ah! However, before he could touch the divine objects, he immediately screamed and was sent flying by the restriction. Damn it, I forgot that there was a restriction here. That man couldn't help but curse after being severely injured by the restriction. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, the power of the restriction would have immediately blasted his divine body into pieces. Haha, it's really lively here. So there's good stuff here. Yan Yu laughed. What, you guys also want to join in? This is the divine object that we found first. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. One of the three men said with a frown. This person held a large blade and wore a divine armor. His body was surrounded by waves of blue light. His strength was already at the peak divine king realm. His name was Lan Jing. The other two were his friends. The one holding the ink-colored divine sword was called Zhou Zijie, and the one holding the meteor hammer was called Wang Leiyuan. The young married woman from the blazing flame merchants was called Lai Hongying. She was also at the peak divine king realm. She was good at using a long whip and was a direct descendant of the blazing flame merchants. Those who knew her would know that she was actually the younger sister of the blazing flame merchants, Lai Wudi. If Lan Jing and his two brothers knew Lai Hongying's identity, they probably wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Once Lai Hongying escaped, even if the three of them became the Senjin of Goguryeo in the future, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the blazing flame merchants. What, everyone who sees this has a share. Could it be that we can't take it? Yan Yu sneered. Lan Jing stared coldly at Yan Yu. The divine blade in his hand constantly flickered with a fierce light. Just as he was about to make a move, Zhou Zijie said from the side, "Your Excellency is the mercenary king Yan Yu?" Haha, it turns out that I have a bit of a reputation. Since you guys know, it's easy. My brother and I have taken a fancy to the things here. I won't make things difficult for you guys. Get lost immediately. Yan Yu laughed. As the mercenary king, Yan Yu was already used to taking things by force. In any case, didn't these three guys want to snatch the divine object that the woman found first? He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with getting involved. Humph, others might be afraid of you, Yan Yu, but we aren't. You guys leave now. Treat it as us making friends with you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Lan Jing snorted coldly. He had also heard of Yan Yu's name. However, since they were able to rush all the way here, their strength wasn't just for show. Moreover, the three of them were peak divine kings. The young man who came with Yan Yu was only a high-level divine king. Therefore, the advantage was still on their side. When Yan Yu wanted to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. The three of you get lost immediately. Otherwise, you can die for me. Although Ling Xiao didn't know Lai Hongying, he would help her just because she was from the blazing flame merchants. Brat, this daddy will tell you what is called a loose tongue. Wang Leiyuan had just been injured by the power of the restriction and was holding his breath. Hearing Ling Xiao being so arrogant, he was very angry in his heart. His whole body bounced up, and the meteor hammer in his hand rushed towards Ling Xiao like a 10,000 caddies mountain. This seemingly simple hammer strike had the terrifying power to smash dozens of mountains into dust. That hammer instantly reached the top of Ling Xiao's head. However, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked coldly at that meteor hammer. He muttered, "What's the use of a pile of scrap iron?" After saying that, he raised his fist and directly punched towards that meteor hammer. Chapter 13:13. Boom. When everybody thought that Ling Xiao's slender arm was going to be smashed into a pulp by this 10,000-pound meteor hammer, they heard an earth-shaking explosion. They saw the meteor hammer shatter into pieces in just a blink of an eye. Wang Leiyuan was blown away by the powerful counterforce. His god body pounded on the thick wall. He vomited blood. Lan Jing, Zhou Zijie, and Lai Hongying gawked at this scene. Their hearts were pounding like a stormy sea. Yan Yu standing next to Ling Xiao also sighed with emotion. Brother Ling is so abnormal. Even the other Kim people don't have such a formidable body like him. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. When the others didn't notice his movement, he had come to Wang Leiyuan. One of his knees aimed at Wang Leiyuan's lower abdomen. Pfff. Wang Leiyuan spurted a mouthful of blood, which almost splashed on Ling Xiao's body. Spare my life. Wang Leiyuan looked at Ling Xiao and begged. Ling Xiao answered faintly, sure. Submit to me now. As soon as he finished, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop flashed. Many soul-locking curses swarmed into Wang Leiyuan's sea of consciousness like a rising tide. At first, Wang Leiyuan was scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao's swift and decisive actions. His mind was in a state of panic. After Ling Xiao's soul-locking curses had been enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, they had stormed into Wang Leiyuan's sea of consciousness and locked his god's soul shortly after. Ling Xiao's god's soul was at the half-incipient god realm and his soul power had been enhanced. It wasn't a problem to subdue Wang Leiyuan at this moment. Wang Leiyuan's face became ferocious. His god's soul struggled for a while and then became sluggish. Right after that, Ling Xiao released him. Then, Wang Leiyuan did something that made people's jaws drop. He actually knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao and said, Thank you for not killing me, master. Ling Xiao responded softly, Get up. Let's recover first. Wang Leiyuan still stood up and immediately took out a medicinal pill to repair his body. However, he still stood respectfully behind Ling Xiao, not daring to do anything inappropriate. Wang Leiyuan, what are you doing? Blue Whale shouted at Wang Leiyuan in dissatisfaction. Zhou Zijia also scolded from the side. Wang Leiyuan, I didn't expect you to be a coward. Bah, I'll kill you, you bastard. The two of them and Wang Leiyuan were old friends. They had met each other after arriving here, so they had decided to go through the challenge together. However, the two friends who had called each other brothers had turned into cowards. Not only did they kneel to the other, but they also called him master. They couldn't accept this fact. Yan Yu and Lai Hongying were also astounded. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could be that overbearing. He had subdued a peak god king in just 2 or 3 moves. Even a half-incipient god realm expert wasn't as intimidating as him. Do you have a lot of guts? Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure flashed again. Blue Whale screamed in fear. Zijia, be careful. We'll kill him together. Blue Whale's body sparkled like waves of defense. The divine saber shadows in his hands spun unceasingly, slashing towards Ling Xiao's aura. Zhou Zijia also recognized that the kid they had underestimated the most was their most dangerous enemy. His divine sword danced and attacked Ling Xiao's shadow unceasingly. Ling Xiao's shadow was like a ghost. However, this ancient palace wasn't spacious. When the two of them attacked with all of their powers, they immediately blocked Ling Xiao's way out. He couldn't dodge. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to run away. He just wanted to get closer to the two. Roar! Before their attacks could reach him, Ling Xiao's dragon roar sound wave had already attacked them. The two of them couldn't react fast enough. Their eardrums exploded. Their blood was running wild and their internal organs were bleeding. However, their attacks were still aimed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao simply ignored their attacks. He directly blasted out a torrential fist intent and dispersed their power. His figure landed in front of them and mercilessly punched them, sending them flying. Ling Xiao's attacks came wave after wave. He didn't give them a chance to breathe. They were beaten to a pulp. Ling Xiao stepped on Blue Whale in the air, and the Soul Lock curse immediately rushed out of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. At this time, Zhou Zijie still had a lot of consciousness. His face was full of panic. He dragged his seriously injured body out of the ancient palace. He knew that he had met a tough opponent this time. The opponent's speed was too fast. They didn't even have the strength to resist. They were beaten to the point where they couldn't tell north from south. The strength they were so proud of was actually so fragile in the eyes of others. However, Zhou Zijie hadn't escaped a few steps. Yan Yu had already blocked in front of him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. My brother hasn't spoken yet. How could Zhou Zijie be entangled with Yan Yu? He risked his old life and blasted out a move with all his strength. He wanted to force Yan Yu to escape as soon as possible. Zhou Zijie was a peak divine king. Yan Yu had to spend some effort to take him down. Moreover, Zhou Zijie was risking his life now. His strength was even more terrifying. Yu frowned. He resisted with all his strength and forcefully received Zhou Zijia's strong move. He absolutely couldn't let Zhou Zijia escape. Sure enough, after Ling Xiao finished dealing with Blue Whale, he quickly rushed over from behind. Wind God kick directly knocked Zhou Zijia to the ground. Zhou Zijia soon fell into the same fate as Wang Leiyuan and Blue Whale. Looking at the three peaked divine kings who were like attendants, Lai Hongying felt goosebumps. She was afraid that she would follow in their footsteps. Yu admired Ling Xiao more and more in his heart. He made up his mind to keep in touch with Ling Xiao in the future no matter what. He absolutely couldn't cut off this relationship. Little brother, the divine item on top belongs to you now. Yu said enviously. If he had Ling Xiao's strength, he could completely move unhindered in this place. And the name of Senjin of Goguryeo would definitely have a place for him. Lai Hongying didn't dare to make a sound now. She only hoped that she could get out of here safely. She really didn't expect this young man to be so abnormal. She couldn't be convinced even if she wanted to. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Then, he looked at Lai Hongying. You. What do you want? I'm from the Blazing Flame Merchants. Lai Wudi is my biological older brother. Lai Hongying said weakly. She took a step back and was already prepared to break out of the encirclement at any time. Right now she couldn't care less. She could only bring up her older brother's name. Hopefully, it would be able to intimidate the two people in front of her. Suddenly, the young man who was looking at her revealed an amiable smile. It was completely different from his previous cold and murderous appearance. Lai Hongying's heart jumped slightly. She thought to herself, Could it be that this guy has taken a fancy to me? Thinking of this, her face inexplicably flushed. Lai Hongying was Lai Wudi's biological younger sister. She had an enchanting appearance and a back that no one else could compare to. The number of people who pursued her was innumerable. However, her standards were also extremely high. Ordinary people couldn't enter her eyes. She had once sworn that she would definitely find an outstanding man like her brother who had the name of Senjin of Goguryeo as her husband. However, those who became the Senjin of Goguryeo were all old monsters. Every single one of them was already old. There weren't many who were young and handsome. This made her very distressed. But with the strength this young man had displayed, there was definitely a place for him in the name of Senjin of Goguryeo. Furthermore, he was so handsome that she had a good impression of him. However, she was afraid that this person was a vicious and merciless person. If that was the case, she would be in deep trouble. Just as Lai Hongying's thoughts were running wild, Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards her and smiled. Miss Lai, we're family but we don't know each other. Actually, I'm also from the Blazing Flame Merchants. As he said this, he took out a token and showed it to Lai Hongying. Lai Hongying was a little dumbfounded. She had never heard of such a young genius in the Merchant Alliance. Moreover, she knew every single one of the 20 or so people from the Blazing Flame Merchants who had come with them. Don't you dare lie to me. If you're from the Merchant Alliance, why don't I know you? Lai Hongying stared at Ling Xiao with vigilance. Ling Xiao smiled and explained, to be honest, the time I've spent in the Merchant Alliance can be counted on one hand, and I'm only a guest elder. It's natural that you don't know of my existence. However, I'm good friends with Ru Yu. My name is Ling Xiao, and I'm currently an elder of the Dragon Gate. You're Ling Xiao? After Lai Hongying heard this, she almost cried out in surprise. Ling Xiao was shocked by Lai Hongying's reaction. He immediately nodded and said, I'm the real deal. No wonder. No wonder. Lai Hongying's beautiful eyes emitted an indescribable expression as she constantly sized up Ling Xiao and muttered. Ling Xiao was a little scared by her stare. He lightly touched the bridge of his nose and said, No wonder what? No wonder that little girl Ru Yu keeps thinking about you. Lai Hongying blurted out. How is Ru Yu? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He had already sent people to inform Lai Ru Yu and Zhou Zijing after coming out of the chaotic burial space. He didn't have time to go and greet them. Of course she's not good. She keeps telling me that there's a heartless bastard who doesn't even go see her and doesn't care about her. Who knows how many tears that girl has shed? Lai Hongying said very straightforwardly. Back then, when she found out that her niece had a sweetheart, She kept asking to see which faction's hero her niece had fallen for. At that time, she even tried to persuade her niece to think thrice before acting. She told her to find a famous Senjin of Goguryeo in the Sky Dragon domain. Only then would she look impressive. She must not find a man who looked good but was useless. Now that she saw Ling Xiao, she realized that her niece's taste was the same as hers. She really knew how to pick a man. Such a good man has been picked by that girl. Am I destined to be alone for the rest of my life? Lai Hongying lamented in her heart. Chapter 13-14. Although Lai Hongying's first impression of Ling Xiao was very good, it was impossible for her to start a war with her own niece over a man. Moreover, she couldn't say that she loved Ling Xiao, it was just that he had met her test criteria. On the other hand, Xianxia kept looking at Lai Hongying, his tiger-like eyes filled with tenderness and infatuation. He had dominated the ancient mountains for many years, until he became the king of mercenaries and dominated many mercenary groups. The number of women he had slept with was uncountable. However, it was rare to see a woman as sexy, enchanting, beautiful and noble as Lai Hongying. This made him feel like a horse trainer who had encountered a fierce horse, and he had an urge to immediately subdue her. However, although he was tempted, he didn't dare to act. She was the younger sister of the leader of the Blazing Flame Merchants, and he was only a mercenary leader. How could he compare to a force that surpassed ranks? They were not of the same social status. He came from a lowly background, and in front of these large forces, he more or less felt inferior in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't want to be entangled with Lai Hongying in other aspects, so he immediately changed the topic and said, "You discovered this place, so you should be the one to take the treasures here." Lai Hongying didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao, of course. She paused for a moment and said, "However, we're all on the same side, so you should see if there's anything suitable for you. Pick one too." Although Lai Hongying had her own status, she also knew that the three people just now were all settled by Ling Xiao. It was already good enough for her to get a share of the spoils. How could she monopolize it for herself? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "I don't need it. How about, Big Brother Yan? You go see if there's anything suitable for you. If there is, then pick one. The rest will be left for Miss Lai." "No. No need, they'll all be given to Miss Lai. She was the one who found them." Xianxia stuttered a little. When he saw Lai Hongying looking at him, his old face actually turned red and he quickly turned his face away. "I asked you to pick, so just pick. You're a man, yet you're so wishy-washy. You might as well be a woman." Lai Hongying's temperament was a straightforward person. She spoke very bluntly to Xianxia, and then she said to Ling Xiao, "You're not bad, brat, but don't call me miss in the future. You should call me auntie. That girl in my family won't marry anyone but you." Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly, not daring to continue the conversation. Xianxia was scolded by Lai Hongying, and his face lost all light. He wanted to say a few more words, but Lai Hongying fired at him again and said, "Are you a man or not? I asked you to pick a divine item, and you don't want it? Do you feel embarrassed in front of me? Look at you. If Ling Xiao asks you to take it, just take it. I despise men like you who have the heart but no guts." Suddenly, Xianxia felt extremely ashamed. He was the dignified king of mercenaries. He did things straightforwardly and decisively. He was a dignified man who killed without hesitation. But now, he was being said to be so unbearable. He wanted to die. "Okay, I'll pick." Xianxia clenched his teeth and patted his chest. "It's too late to pick now. These are all mine." Lai Hongying rolled her eyes at him and said. Xianxia wanted to cry. This woman was being unreasonable. Ling Xiao was too lazy to get entangled in these matters. He immediately said, "That. Auntie, do you want to go with us to the ancient monument?" Lai Hongying spent some time to put away the divine items, and then said bluntly, "Of course you're my Ruyu's man. You're naturally obliged to be my auntie's guard." Lai Hongying was really a person who was not polite. She didn't seem to be worried that Ling Xiao would fall out with her. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's temper was still passable to people he knew. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to pay attention to her. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. There were only 5 more days until the end of the conferred god altar. Before that, They definitely had to completely fill up the position of the Senjin of Goguryeo. All the godly kings were trying their best to break through the sixth trial. How could they have the time to spend on those divine items? As long as they could pass through this trial and obtain the name of the Senjin of Goguryeo, it was more important than anything else. Nearly 10,000 godly kings had entered this place. However, less than 1,000 of them could reach the sixth trial. Of these 1,000 people, less than half of them wanted to pass through the sacred beasts. Most of them fell into the stomachs of the sacred beasts, while the rest died at the hands of other opponents. In short, the battle for the position of the Senjin of Goguryeo could be described as a mountain of corpses. Everyone who wanted to fight for this position had to disregard life and death. With Yan Yu and Lai Hongying by Ling Zhao's side, they found 2 ancient palaces but didn't find anything. Then they directly went to the ancient stele. The ancient stele was located in the center of this space. Around it, there were many divine altars emitting dazzling divine light. The divine altars that already had illusions had golden names hovering above them. They represented the existence and ranking of the Senjin of Goguryeo. The altar closest to the ancient stele was the Senjin of Goguryeo, who was ranked first. His name was Huahuayu. He had been in this position for almost 50,000 years. Normally, the person ranked first was the king of the god kings. He was the strongest existence under the incipient god realm. He had the highest honor. However, not many people respected the name Huahuayu anymore. Instead, they thought that he had insulted the position of the Senjin of Goguryeo. Why did they say that? It was because the people who could become the Senjin of Goguryeo were all the strongest peak god kings in the Sky Dragon territory. And the Senjin of Goguryeo who could be ranked first was an outstanding warrior with amazing fighting competence. Normally, the Senjin of Goguryeo who could enter the top 100 were all geniuses. They had reached the peak god king realm. They were just one step away from the great master realm. Thus, many of the Senjin of Goguryeo who entered the top 100 didn't stay in that position for a long time. Soon they broke through to the half-incipient god realm or the great master realm. Then, they would give up their original position to someone else. However, Huahuayu was called the #1 expert under the great master realm. At that time, people thought that he was the most qualified and the fastest person to enter the great master realm. However, 50,000 years had passed since he had entered the ranking. His throne of the Senjin of Goguryeo hadn't been shaken. He looked glorious, but in fact, people looked down on him. In the past, anyone who could enter the top 100 god altars could enter the great master realm at the fastest speed. If it was fast, it would take hundreds of years. If it was slow, it would take thousands of years. An existence like Huahuayu was really rare. However, after Huahuayu fought with swordsmen, who was ranked second at that time, and killed swordsmen, he disappeared from the Sky Dragon territory. No one knew where he went. Some people thought that he was cultivating in seclusion, hoping to step on the path to the great master realm. Some said that he had gone to other areas to find a sudden opportunity. Some even said that he was trapped in a dangerous place and couldn't get out for the time being. None of the rumors were proven. However, he was still alive in this world. That was for sure. Now, the second place was Zhua Swordsman's younger brother, Zhua Zhenquang. He was a madman who claimed to be born for the sword and lived for the sword. He had challenged 588 divine kings without losing a single one. In order to avenge his brother, he stepped on the corpses of many divine kings to reach the second place on the 1,000 gods list, just to fight Huahuayu. Zhua Swordsman and Zhua Zhenquang were the personal disciples of the famous one-armed elder, who was on the great master ranking in the Sky Dragon territory. Both of them received the teachings of the one-armed elder, and were famous in the Sky Dragon territory. It was a pity that Zhua Swordsman died in Huahuayu's hands. Otherwise, the two brothers would have occupied the top 2 positions in the Senjin of Goguryeo. As for the third place, he belonged to the Dragon Gate. He was Lei Chunpeng, who had the title of Thunder God. Lei Chunpeng was a late bloomer. Back then, he was born in a very remote village. No one knew that he had the Thunder God's body. Without many cultivation resources, he barely reached the earthly sovereign realm by relying on ordinary cultivation techniques. At that time, he was already more than 300 years old. For many experts, this age was already past the optimal cultivation period. However, he only had the strength of an earthly sovereign realm. In the heaven domain, he was simply a commoner. Fortunately, he met an elder of the divine physique faction of the Dragon Gate. He brought him back to the Dragon Gate and was fortunate enough to become the disciple of a supreme martial artist. That was how he began his rise. Today, the divine physique faction of the Dragon Gate was so arrogant. It was not unrelated to Lei Chunping occupying the top 3 positions in the Senjin of Goguryeo. The 4th and 5th places were also from the Dragon Gate. However, they were Kim people's men. The master of the Dragon Gate, Ling Chen, was ranked 7th. The 10th place was also from the Dragon Gate. 5 of the top 10 in the Senjin of Goguryeo were from the Dragon Gate. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the Dragon Gate was. The 6th place was occupied by Qiao Feng, whom Ling Xiao had met before. His dragon-subduing palm had shaken the entire Sky Dragon domain. The 8th place was occupied by the current master of the sword-cleansing manner, Zhuang Bufan. It could be said that he had already merged with his divine weapon. He was the sword, and the sword was his supreme sword principle. The 9th place was occupied by Ying Su from the Dark Shadow clan. The 10th place was occupied by Tian Lang from the Werewolf clan. The 11th place was occupied by the Godly Axe gang. The higher one's rank was, besides representing the stronger fighting competence, it also represented the glory of the individual, sect, or family. However, it didn't mean who could break through to the supremacy realm faster. There were many Senjin of Goguryeo who were ranked after several hundred, but they had the chance to break through to the supremacy realm before the Senjin of Goguryeo. It varied from person to person. After all, not every Senjin of Goguryeo wanted to stay in this position forever. Many of them hoped to surpass their original position and aspire to the supreme supremacy list. Ling Fei of the Dragon Gate was an example. He was ranked around 50 in the Senjin of Goguryeo, but he had broken through to the half-incipient god realm before Ling Chen, who was in the top 10. Although it was just half a step, it represented that he had surpassed the name of the Senjin of Goguryeo. Even so, those who had been on the supremacy list would leave their names on the ancient stele of the Senjin of Goguryeo. They were the outstanding god kings of an era. Thus, many god kings wanted to compete for the supremacy list and leave their names on the ancient stele forever. Today, the investiture god altar, which opened once every 100 years, was here again. Many god kings had crossed the challenge to reach the investiture god altar. They were just half a step away from the supremacy realm. It was another exciting moment to witness glory in history. Chapter 13-15. In the Senjin of Goguryeo ranking, no matter which rank was lost, the next rank would immediately replace it. 100 years ago, 43 people on the 1000 God King board had either broken through to the next realm or died mysteriously. In the end, the 957th to 1000th place was left for the God Kings of this year's investiture of the gods to fight over. In other words, whoever obtained the 957th place would be the champion of the new generation of King Qian on the investiture of the gods. In the future, if these 43 people wanted to compete for a higher rank, they could challenge the Senjin of Goguryeo, who was ranked higher than them. Only by defeating them would their ranking change. Now, more than 300 people had rushed to the front of this ancient monument, and they were only a step away from the divine soul position. Who could finally sit on the divine altar? This was the 7th level, and it was also the most dangerous and intense level. It was destined that the blood of many top godly kings would be spilled on this open land, and this would be the achievement of the unparalleled prestige of the Senjin of Goguryeo. Ji Tianfeng, Ling Feiwu, Barter, Su Mo, Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhuang Wenqi, Bai Mushi, Lai Yan. All the geniuses that were scheduled to become the Senjin of Goguryeo had already arrived. Each of them guarded a direction, quietly waiting for the divine seal altar's restrictions to disperse. Generally, the restrictions would disperse in the last 3 days. At that time, they could fight for the altars, and whoever could guard the altar the most would be able to sit on the divine throne. When Ling Zhao's group of 6 arrived, they immediately received scorching and hostile gazes. In this situation where there were too many monks and not enough gruel, everyone hoped that the fewer people who came here, the better. This also proved that their chances were greater. If Ling Zhao's group didn't need to search for the divine objects here, they would have already come here. Xiao, is that you? Just as Ling Xiao landed, a voice sounded from not far away. Ling Xiao looked over and was immediately overjoyed. He exclaimed, "Father-in-law, you're here too." He really didn't expect that the person who called out to him was actually Euro Fei's adoptive father, also his father-in-law, Mad Monk. Now, the Mad Monk had also advanced from a high-level God King to a peak God King in one go. He must have obtained quite a lot of fortuitous encounters in the snake cave back then. Sitting on him was a ferocious Tang Serpent King. The Tang snake was a kind of high-level sacred beast that could be compared to a divine beast. It was said that it had already gone extinct in ancient times. No one expected that Mad Monk would actually obtain one. This was a kind of ancient sacred beast, and the power of its bloodline was not inferior to that of a divine beast. It had the powerful divine might to command thousands of snakes. And in front of him was a light attribute Tang Serpent King. It was a high-level 10th order Tang Serpent King. Its snake head was constantly swaying, and its snake tongue was constantly flicking. Its fangs were extremely fierce, and its body was covered with glistening white scales. Ling Xiao didn't expect that in just 10 years, the Mad Monk had actually subdued such an ancient sacred beast. It was unknown which ancient mountain range he found it in. With the help of this Tang Serpent, in addition to his phaseless divine art, he would definitely have a place in the Senjin kingdom of Goguryu's name. However, Ling Xiao glanced around. Every God King's mount that could arrive here was not ordinary. The final battle would definitely be very bitter. Haha, it's really you, brat. I know that you didn't die after entering the chaotic burial space, but I didn't expect that you, brat, are even more formidable than your master. To actually come out so quickly, I didn't even know. Mad Monk went forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder as he laughed loudly. Mad Monk was rather satisfied with this son-in-law of his, Ling Xiao. Not only was he outstanding in cultivating Tenbin, but he also had alchemy skills. Truly not what the average person could compare to. After parting more than a decade ago, Mad Monk relied on the fortuitous encounter he obtained in the Snake Justice Sect Snake Cave to advance his strength by leaps and bounds, reaching peak Divine King in one fell swoop from high-level Divine King. He felt that his improvement was already rather fast. But seeing Ling Xiao now, he discovered that his advancement speed really could not be compared to Ling Xiao at all. Remembering that Ling Xiao was merely low-level Divine King strength back then. But now, he crossed 2 ranks and reached high-level Divine King strength in a row. This was truly too freakish, right? Fortunately, Ling Xiao was his son-in-law. If it was any other young man, he would definitely go crazy with jealousy. Hee, father-in-law. My master also came out from the chaotic burial space with me. He should be here soon. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The demonic the Arch also came out? Good. This time, I can really determine the winner between him and me. I hope he can really make it here. Mad Monk's eyes became incomparably fervent as he said. Mad Monk, the demonic the Arch, Blade Tyrant, and Sword Maniac were the 4 legendary figures of the Xianling continent. They were also lifelong enemies, and the outcome of their battle had yet to be determined. Master will definitely be able to make it here. Ling Xiao replied. Then, he introduced Yan Yu and Lai Hongying to Mad Monk. Yan Yu and Lai Hongying heard the conversation between Ling Xiao and Mad Monk, and their hearts were filled with incomparable shock. They did not expect that Ling Xiao had actually entered one of the 8 great forbidden grounds, the chaotic burial space, and even walked out of it alive. The two of them looked at Ling Xiao with awe and respect in their eyes. Anyone who could walk out of the forbidden grounds was definitely a formidable person. They had also witnessed Ling Xiao's terrifying means. It was definitely not a coincidence that he was able to walk out of there alive. However, after listening to Ling Xiao's introduction, they also got to know Mad Monk, the Divine King who had once made it onto the God slaughtering list. If it was said that Mad Monk did not even enter their eyes in the past, then now that Mad Monk had the strength to challenge the Senjin of Goguryeo, they also began to take Mad Monk seriously. After Lai Hongying greeted Mad Monk, she prepared to go over to her companions from the Blazing Flame Merchants. Before she left, she did not forget to say to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, when we are fighting over the Senjin of Goguryeo, I hope that you can go easy on us. Look at what you're saying, it's fine as long as the people from the Merchant Alliance don't come and provoke me, Ling Xiao replied. Lai Hongying nodded and separated from Ling Xiao. Beside Ling Xiao, Yan Yu's eyes revealed a strong reluctance to part. Even Ling Xiao could see that he was infatuated with Lai Hongying. Ling Xiao patted Yan Yu's shoulder and said, Old brother Yan, if you want to chase after a woman, you need to bring out your forthright energy. Don't let a woman look down on you. Otherwise why would she follow you? Yu smiled embarrassedly and said, I'm just taking a look, she's pretty. He also wanted to chase after her, but the problem was that their statuses were too far apart. Ling Xiao encouraged, Big brother Yan, as long as you obtain the title of Senjin of Goguryeo, it's only a matter of time before you return the beauty. If you really can't do it, I can be your matchmaker. Alliance leader Lai and I can be considered old acquaintances. I believe that she will give me some face. Haha, with these words from you, I can rest assured. When I obtain the title of Senjin of Goguryeo, I will definitely chase after that woman. Yu regained his confidence and patted his chest as he laughed heartily. No matter what, he was still the leader of hundreds of thousands of mercenaries. If he also obtained the title of Senjin of Goguryeo, he believed that the blazing flame merchants would not look down on him, right? Moreover, Ling Xiao was speaking up for him, so he should at least have some confidence. At this time, the people from Dragon Gate also rushed towards Ling Xiao's direction. You must be Ling Xiao's great-uncle, right? Ling Feiwu led the 8 people to greet Ling Xiao. Their group had a total of 20 people, and half of them had yet to arrive. Perhaps they would arrive later, or perhaps some of them had already lost their lives on the way. I am Ling Xiao, and you are? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Feiwu in surprise and asked. He could feel the closeness of Ling Feiwu's bloodline with his, and he also recognized the few people behind Ling Feiwu. They were people he had met in the clan's territory, and from the way he addressed him, they were definitely Kim people's people. My name is Ling Feiwu, and Ling Gang is my uncle. He specifically told me that great-uncle Ling Xiao is also here to participate in the battle for Senjin of Goguryeo, so he specifically told me to pay attention to you. Ling Feiwu replied. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, I see. It's very good that all of you were able to make it here. I hope that all of you can ascend the altar and raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate. Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, another voice sounded from another direction. Divine Master Ling is right. The majority of the seats for Senjin of Goguryeo should belong to our Dragon Gate. The person who had arrived was Ji Tianfeng, and there were 12 people behind him. This lineup was stronger than Ling Feiwu's side. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked over. There were a few people he had some impression of, but he wasn't too familiar with. Ling Feiwu immediately explained on Ling Xiao's behalf, Great-uncle Ling Xiao, this is junior brother Ji Tianfeng. You should have heard of him, right? Ji Tianfeng and Ling Feiwu were the Dragon Gate's most optimistic candidates for the Senjin of Goguryeo. The two of them already possessed the strength to fight against the Senjin of Goguryeo. Their reputations within the Dragon Gate weren't small, so Ling Xiao had naturally heard of them. He also knew that Ji Tianfeng belonged to the Divine Physique faction and was an old enemy of Ling Feiwu. So it's Elder Ji. With you guys here, our Dragon Gate will return with glory this time. Ling Xiao said in a hoarse voice. In terms of age, these people in front of him could leave him several hundred times behind. But in terms of status, Ling Xiao was even more distinguished than them. He was a divine alchemist and a high-level elder. He had the qualifications to participate in the Elders' Council, while Ji Tianfeng and Ling Feiwu didn't have this qualification yet. Hence, it wasn't unreasonable for Ling Xiao to speak with such a tone. But Ji Tianfeng, this kind of monstrous-level figure, was already a famous divine king powerhouse long ago. Even when he obtained the position of elder, Ling Xiao wasn't even born yet. Now, they actually ran over his head to show off their might. He immediately became unhappy in his heart. However, he wouldn't cause an internal disturbance in front of so many people. This was the unanimous thought of everyone in the Dragon Gate. Divine Master Ling is right. I've long heard that the Divine Alchemist already defeated the new generation Divine King in the sect long ago. Furthermore, he even slapped Elder Hegong in the face. Presumably, the position of the champion this time will definitely be yours, Divine Master Ling. Ji Tianfeng said with a taboo tone. In reality, looking at his expression, there was a casual and disdainful expression. It was obvious that he was just joking. Ling Xiao had long known that the people from the Divine Physique faction would never be willing to be suppressed. It seemed like this Ji Tianfeng also wanted to wrestle with him here. Don't worry. The position of the champion won't run away. It's mine, Ling Xiao said calmly. Chapter 13:16. Xianxia's words were meant to elevate Ling Xiao's status. With a tyrannical tone, it was obvious that he wanted Ling Xiao to know his place and modestly decline. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao climbed up his pole and accepted it. Xianxia and the people behind him couldn't help but laugh, and some of them even dared to ridicule him. Haha, Divine Master Ling is indeed a member of our Dragon Gate. His words are so domineering. Isn't that so? These words can definitely scare off many opponents. Junior brother Ji has dominated our Dragon Gate for a long time. Even he doesn't dare to say such words, but Divine Master Ling has such confidence. We are greatly encouraged. That's right. The first altar position should be fought for by Divine Master Ling. I believe he won't let us down. At that time, we can also bask in some glory. Ling Feiwu and the others heard these people's sarcastic words and immediately wanted to fight. However, Ling Xiao stopped him with his eyes and said faintly, "Don't worry, everything will go as you wish." Then he looked at a middle-aged man behind Ji Tianfeng and said, "This must be Elder Qing Shui, right? Saying that Elder He Gong's mountain peak will be temporarily under your control, this is truly worthy of celebration. Don't give the mountain peak to someone else." In the beginning, He Gong and Gong Sun Yang wanted to occupy Ling Xiao's mountain peak, but they were all defeated by Ling Xiao. Then, through the Elders Guild, he was expelled from the Dragon Gate and sent to other places to supervise affairs. Everyone in the Dragon Gate knew about this, and everyone was amazed that Ling Xiao was able to get rid of He Gong. The people of the Divine Body faction began to fear Ling Xiao's existence. Now that Ling Xiao mentioned this matter in front of these people, he wanted them to know that since I, Ling Xiao, have the ability to drive He Gong out of Dragon Gate, I also have the ability to drive you guys out. You better know your place. Thank you, Divine Master Ling. I will definitely wait until Elder He Gong returns. Qing Zhang's expression wasn't very good. That would be great, Ling Xiao replied. Then he added, "Don't crowd around me. Go and have a rest. When the time comes, I hope that all of you will receive the title of Senjin of Goguryeo." Ji Tianfeng retracted his faint smile and replied, "I also wish Divine Teacher Ling victory." After saying that, he led his group to another place. Anyone could see that Ji Tianfeng's expression had already darkened, and his fiery eyes were already burning with raging flames. "Brat, do you think that you are invincible just because you are in the limelight? I, Ji Tianfeng, will let you know who is the strongest Divine King of Dragon Gate." Ji Tianfeng thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. There was only one day left before the time of the ascension. The evil emperor finally arrived. He looked to be in a very sorry state, and his expression was also extremely pale. It was obvious that he had escaped here after experiencing a narrow escape from death. Ling Xiao and Mad Monk immediately went to greet him. "Master, what happened to you?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Ling Xiao was aware of the evil emperor's strength. Compared to Yan Yu beside him, the evil emperor was stronger and not weaker. Yet, he had to rush through here in such a sorry state. This obviously shouldn't have happened. Damn it, I met a few strange fellows. I almost couldn't escape. The evil emperor scolded loudly. Following that, he saw Mad Monk at the side, raised his tiger-like eyes and laughed. "Haha, I was wondering who it was, so it's you, old bald donkey. I didn't expect to see you again. Good. Our battle can also come to an end." Old Bald Donkey? When Ling Xiao heard this title, he almost wanted to laugh out loud. However, this was indeed quite appropriate. Mad Monk was indeed a bald head, and he still had a few abstinences. Mad Monk was also unwilling to be outdone and laughed. "You old pervert, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to still be alive and well. The heavens really don't have eyes." F***CK. Old Bald Donkey, you're cursing this emperor, right? Come, come. This emperor will play with you, and let you know how powerful this emperor is. The evil emperor's face flushed red as he said, "Who's afraid of who?" Mad Monk also took a stance, looking like he was about to start a fight. Ling Xiao hurried between them and said, "Master father-in-law, don't be rash." "Haha, look at how anxious you are. I was just joking with the old bald donkey. He is not my match." The evil emperor laughed. "You old pervert, I haven't seen you for many years, and your mouth is still so stinky. I really should have beaten you back to Xianling continent." Mad Monk said indignantly. Only now did Ling Xiao realize that the two seemed to be only bickering, and did not have the slightest intention of fighting. He immediately thought in his heart, "I've been a good person for nothing." He could see that the relationship between the two was indeed not ordinary. It was definitely that kind of feeling that seemed like enemies, like friends, but not friends. It should be that kind of feeling that was difficult to find an opponent. It should be that kind of feeling of mutual appreciation. Ling Xiao also did not want to say anything more. It should be that kind of feeling of old friends. It should be that kind of feeling that was difficult to find an opponent. It should be that kind of feeling of mutual appreciation. But it just so happened that some people did not know how to be tactful, and came to disturb their reunion. "Good fellow, you actually dare to steal our divine object. If you know what's good for you, quickly take it out, and kowtow to this lord to apologize. Maybe I will let you go." A voice came from not far away, and shouted. Immediately after, a few people riding mighty mutated holy beasts rushed towards the evil emperor's position. "Old pervert, your trouble is coming. Do you want me to help you deal with it?" Mad Monk asked the evil emperor. "If you have the ability, then fight with them. These guys are very strange. They actually know how to hide their body and attack. It is impossible to guard against them. This emperor was almost killed by them," the evil emperor replied with a serious expression. Mad Monk understood the evil emperor. The people who could be said to be difficult to deal with by the evil emperor were naturally not weak. He frowned and said, "Outsiders, we of Xianling continent, it is better for us to unite against outsiders." Then he said to Ling Xiao, "Little Xiao, it sounds very similar to the secret technique of the Shadow Assassination Group." Ling Xiao nodded slightly and said, "They are from the Dark Shadow clan of the ancient clan. They have the 10 bin of invisibility, and most of them have the wind attribute. Their speed is very fast. You must be careful. If there is no other way, let me deal with them." Except for Ing Ao, the people of the Shadow Assassination Group were not the direct descendants of the Dark Shadow clan. They were just some collateral descendants. And these people in front of him were sent to compete for the ranking list of the Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. They were definitely the direct descendants. Their invisibility technique was definitely at the peak. Once they hid, not ordinary people would be able to detect them. Of course, Ling Xiao was not afraid of them. He was just reminding his master and father-in-law to be careful, that's all. These people came very fast. They arrived in the sky above Ling Xiao's group in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 8 people, 5 men and 3 women, all of them middle-aged, peak divine king strength. The evil emperor coldly snorted at these people. "The divine items here are all ownerless. Whoever finds them first gets them. If you want to interfere, then show me what you're capable of. Do you think this emperor is afraid of you?" Previously, the other party had many people, but he could still escape with his life. Now, with Mad Monk and Ling Xiao here, there was no need for him to be afraid of them. "It seems that you won't accept a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you think that you can be confident with help? I'll tell you how to write the word, death." The Dark Shadow Clan's people shouted in fear, holding a divine spear and rushing towards the evil emperor. Just as the evil emperor was about to attack, Mad Monk shouted from the side, "Old pervert, you didn't even ride on your mount. You were also bullied by them. Wait for this old brother to take revenge for you." Then, Mad Monk rode Snake King Tang and rushed towards the Dark Shadow Clan's people. Ling Xiao also recognized this person from the Dark Shadow Clan. He was Ing Ao's cousin, Ing Jian. Both Ing Ao and Ing Jian were relatively outstanding existences in the Dark Shadow Clan, their strength not bad. They already had the strength to attack the Senjin of Goguryeo, and together with their secret invisibility technique, they really had the upper hand in a battle of the same realm. Moreover, they were of the wind attribute. This point alone was enough to give many people a headache. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ing Jian and Mad Monk's attacks immediately caused a big commotion. The evil emperor swallowed another divine pellet and cursed, "Damn it, this old bald donkey dares to steal this emperor's opponent. He will have another excuse to show off later." Then, he raised the purple divine halberd and shouted, his body rushing towards the other Dark Shadow clan members. Everyone here was quietly waiting for the ascension of the altar to begin. However, it wasn't surprising that the battle had started earlier. Many people wanted to reduce their opponents. Moreover, if a few King God Realm experts fell in this battle, wouldn't they have fewer opponents when it came to the ascension of the altar? The Mad Monk was indeed worthy of being an old rival of the evil emperor. His powers were definitely not to be underestimated, especially after he had obtained the great fortune from the Snake Cave within the Snake Loyalty sect. His powers had grown even stronger, and he was able to fight Ing Jian to a standstill. and the evil emperor was fighting the other members of the Dark Shadow clan alone. This kind of courage wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. However, the evil emperor's Sky Thunder Beast was at intermediate level 10, so he couldn't use it. Now he had to fight 1 against 7, and he also had to deal with the other party's Holy Beast. It was really strenuous, and he couldn't hold on for long. He just wanted to save his face. Although he had the fighting competence that surpassed the ordinary Peak King God Realm experts, the Dark Shadow clan was the ancient clan. Their secret techniques were really hard to defend against. Moreover, their wind attribute speed had put them in an invincible position. It was impossible for the evil emperor to defeat them. Xianxia, who was standing behind Ling Xiao, said, "Brother, your teacher's situation isn't good. Do you want to go and help him?" Ling Xiao chuckled. No need. Wasn't it easy for him to help the evil emperor? At this moment, the evil emperor was chasing after the Dark Shadow clansmen. His lightning power was so intimidating that the others didn't dare to come close. The Dark Shadow clansmen only fought with him. They all chose to attack the evil emperor from a distance. Their auras locked on the evil emperor. They wanted to join hands and smash him into pieces. Just as the evil emperor realized the danger, he heard 3 screams coming from a direction. The power of the seal weakened, and he seized the opportunity to rush over, the purple god halberd mercilessly smashing towards the heads of the 3 people. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 heads exploded into pieces in just a blink. Chapter 13-17. When the 3 Dark Shadow warriors were killed in just a blink of an eye, the other 4 were frightened. They didn't understand why their comrades' attack would suddenly stop. At first, the evil emperor didn't understand the situation. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's smile, he knew it was his disciple's doing. He knew that his disciple had a mysterious power that could attack the god soul of a god king. When Ling Xiao had demonstrated it in front of him, he had gasped in amazement. As the Dark Shadow warriors suddenly stopped attacking, he was sure that Ling Xiao had helped him discreetly. That stinky kid has left your teacher far behind, the evil emperor thought inwardly. As 3 out of the 7 warriors were gone, evil emperor's pressure was reduced. His god power of thunder was boosted. At the same time, he could use the unique evil king god technique of 5 different attributes. The other 4 warriors of the Dark Shadow clan were frightened. However, these 4 weren't bad. They hid in the void, which made the evil emperor lose his target and fall into a passive situation. When they reappeared, the evil emperor had to face a fierce attack aimed at his head. Although the evil emperor was strong, facing this storm-like attack, his hair stood on end. He didn't have enough time to dodge. Fortunately, Ling Xiao intervened at this moment. He used his peerless speed to pull the evil emperor away. Boom, boom, boom. After the 4 missed their attack, they disappeared in front of them again. Damn it! They're hiding so well. I can't find them. The evil emperor wielded the purple divine halberd in his hand, creating a lightning area around him to prevent the Dark Shadow warriors from attacking him again. Teacher, don't worry. Their little tricks can't fool my eyes. Ling Xiao sneered. His green eyes glowed brightly. All the shadows hiding around were revealed. They continued to flicker in the surroundings. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were sneaking towards Ling Xiao and the evil emperor's vital points. The shadow secret technique is just as in my eyes, Ling Xiao said faintly as he launched a soul power attack at the person closest to him. Arg! The warrior screeched. The evil emperor recognized him immediately. He pounced on him like a hungry tiger. His thunderous power smashed the warrior into pieces. The other 3 were frightened. One of them saw the dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead. He screamed at the others. Quick! Run! It's the descendant of the Soul clan with the demon hoop. What? It's really him. No wonder they were suddenly killed. The old patriarch said that if we saw this person, we must not fight him. Ghost Shadow 7th uncle was killed by him. Another person exclaimed as he retreated. Ingjian, run! It's that Soul clan member who's carrying the demonic hoop. Hurry up and run! Someone shouted at Ingjian, who was fighting the mad monk. Ingjian, run! Run! It's the descendant of the Soul Clan with the Demon Clan. Of the Soul Clan. 1 year ago, something big happened in Demon Soul City. Ying Feng, the city master, and Ghost Shadow 7, a half-incipient God Realm expert of their tribe, were killed. Through the investigation of their incipient God Realm experts, they knew that the Soul Clan warrior had reappeared to take revenge on the Dark Shadow Clan. They had told all the members of the Dark Shadow Clan the features of that warrior. If they met this warrior, they couldn't fight him. They had to find a way to report to their old chief. It was because he had the competence to kill half-incipient God Realm experts like them. Ordinary warriors couldn't deal with him. While Ying Jian was distracted, Mad Monk seized the opportunity to bombard him. Ying Jian had a top-grade armor, so he was not too injured. He glared in Ling Zhao's direction and immediately dove into space, using the opportunity to leave. Ling Zhao looked at the three of them and laughed coldly. How could I let you guys escape? With that, he unleashed a powerful soul power attack from the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. It split into 3 directions, and 3 golden dragon spears stabbed towards the 3 people who had escaped far away. 3 blood-curdling screams rang out in the distance as 3 figures fell from the sky. Ling Zhao's figure flashed, and he blasted their bodies into dust. Then he took everything they had. When he wanted to turn around to find the warrior who had fought against his father-in-law, he found that the man was gone. There's one more fish that slipped through the net. Ling Zhao muttered worriedly. From the conversation of the Dark Shadow warriors, Ling Zhao knew that his identity had been exposed. If the Dark Shadow Clan announced this to all the ancient clans in the Heaven Territory, he would become a rat on the street. The Soul Clan was a taboo in the Heaven Territory. No one dared to talk about this ancient clan. Ling Zhao didn't know when his identity had been discovered by others. However, he could also guess that what he did in Demon Soul City must have been discovered by someone else. Now, he just hoped that after the Senjin of Goguryeo Ascension, he could find the Dark Shadow Warrior and kill him. He didn't want to provoke the supreme expert of the Dark Shadow Clan. If that happened, it would be big trouble. Little Xiao, what's wrong? The evil emperor noticed that Ling Xiao seemed to have something on his mind, so he asked. It's nothing. I just consumed a little soul power. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He wouldn't tell the evil emperor about this. It was his own business, so it was better for him to solve it himself. At this time, Mad Monk flew over and said, that guy's hiding technique is really good, and he's really fast. I can't kill him. Look at you. You have so many wounds on your body, and you still want to capture him? It would be good if he didn't kill you. The evil emperor said, exposing his shortcomings. Indeed, in the battle just now, Mad Monk couldn't take advantage of Ying Jian's ping-yi at all. Instead, he was injured in a few places. Mad Monk said with an ashen face, you old pervert, this monk only stood up for you, yet you still hit me when I'm down. It would be strange if this monk paid attention to you next time. Haha, old bald donkey, don't be angry. I'm just joking. The evil emperor laughed. Mad Monk ignored the evil emperor and said to Ling Xiao, they are much stronger than the Shadow Assassin group. If I hadn't fought with them before, I would have easily fallen into their trap. Yes, in the future when we meet such people, it's best to stay still and be careful, Ling Xiao replied softly. At this time, Ling Fei Wu and the others also came over to ask about the situation. Of course, Ling Xiao only said a few perfunctory words to him and let it go. As for the people who had been watching their battle, they began to feel some fear towards Ling Xiao and the others. However, they were only a little afraid. After all, they all felt that the strength of those people who had been killed just now was too ordinary. A few of them had surrounded and killed one of them. Even though the other party was a lightning attribute god king, they shouldn't be strong to such an extent, right? After all, the peak divine kings who were able to rush here all had the qualifications to be proud, and they were confident that they were not weaker than the people present. A boundless divine light burst out from the ancient monument, and a multicolored light filled the entire space, making it extremely beautiful. Waves after waves of dense origin energy gather within 10,000 miles of the ancient monument, causing all the god kings to feel extremely comfortable. Circles of profound energy continuously rippled above the ancient monument, and the 43 divine altars at the end of the formation started to dissipate, gradually appearing in front of everyone. Every divine altar was like a lotus divine treasure, emitting a mysterious luster, and rippling with dazzling ripples. A noble and unadorned king's chi constantly floated, as if it was beckoning the many-peaked divine kings to quickly take their seats. Every divine altar was 10,000 miles away from each other, and the higher the divine altar, the higher the rank. In the last 3 days, it would finally be clear who these 43 limited deity positions would end up in. Haha, today is finally here. The position of Senjin of Goguryeo is mine. The Senjin of Goguryeo that rises once every 100 years, today, this old man will also shake the Sky Dragon territory. I've waited 10,000 years for this day. Whoever fights with me for the position, I will definitely bury them. The strong are the kings, and the losers are the bandits. Whoever wants to seize the deity position, use your own methods. Kill them all. Many divine kings who had already recovered to their peak state all carried their divine artifacts and rushed towards the divine altars on their saint beasts. Right now, they had all taken out their trump cards, swearing to take the deity position. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for a long time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ah! As a series of earth-shattering, planet-destroying energies soared into the sky, and many of the weaker god kings immediately screamed in agony from the bombardment. Many saint beasts roared towards the sky, and their huge bodies filled the sky. It was as if they were covering the sun, and a storm was raging. Many monstrous figures no longer kept a low profile, and made their move when it was time. The evil emperor and mad monk both revealed fanatical expressions. The evil emperor laughed and said, "Old bald donkey this time, let's see who can obtain a higher ranking. Whoever wins, what do you think?" Hee hee, old pervert's suggestion is not bad. You don't have the help of a saint beast, so you will definitely lose this time. Mad monk laughed, and rode on the hand of the Tang snake, holding the light staff in his hand. He shot towards one of the altars. Although I don't have a saint beast, it doesn't mean that I don't have a chance to win. The evil emperor said, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Shower master is going." Then, only a bolt of purple lightning was left in his place, and his figure was already on the direction of another altar. Brother, don't be impatient. Go quickly, I wish you victory, and your name will be remembered for eternity. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Yu and smiled. Yan Yu smiled and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. It's my honor to have met you, brother. If I don't die today, I will definitely become sworn brothers with you. I hope you won't look down on me for my humble origins. Yan Yu smiled and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Yan Yu spoke very seriously, and it was obvious that he wanted to make friends with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally would not refuse. He held Yan Yu's hand and said, "There is no need to wait until today, you and I are good brothers." Haha, good. To be able to become sworn brothers with such a rare genius like you, brother, I am also proud. I believe that the position of the head of the Qian Divine King will definitely be yours. Yan Yu laughed heartily, and also chose a divine position to fly over. Chapter 13:18. The Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo was replenished with fresh blood once every 100 years. This time, the god altar was activated once again, and the wind and clouds appeared again. Divine blood flew everywhere, and the bones of divine kings were buried. The hundreds of divine kings around the ancient monument in the god sealing altar did their best to kill their opponents and fight for the position of the god altar. The battles were intense, chaotic, bloody, and violent. Especially at the top of the god altar, the 957th position, the battle was the most intense. Godly Axe Gang's Barter took the lead and wanted to take the god altar, but Sun Moon Sect's young son Emperor Sumo wouldn't let him get what he wanted. The enmity between Godly Axe Gang and Sun Moon Sect was no secret. Aside from them, Sun Moon Sect's young Moon Empress Ran Qingqing, Sword Cleansing Manor Zhuang Wenqi, North Snow Alliances by Mushi, and the others were also eyeing the position covetously. They had already made their moves to kill the irrelevant people who wanted to get their hands on it. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to care about these for the time being. He signaled the 3 people beside him to go over and help the evil emperor, Mad Monk, and Yan Yu in secret. Lan Jing, Wang Leiyuan, and Zhou Zijie were all peak divine kings. They might not be particularly outstanding monstrous geniuses, but if they were to help others in the dark, they would definitely have an unexpected effect. Ling Xiao looked at the exciting battle in front of him, and his blood started to boil. A dragon shadow slowly rose up behind him. Roar! A dragon roar rushed out from Ling Xiao's mouth. It was like the roar of a real dragon, and its might shook the heaven and earth. Many divine kings and saint beasts felt dizzy from this terrifying sound wave. Ling Xiao was like a dragon emerging from the sea, and he rushed up to the 9 heavens. His momentum was like thunder, and his imperial might was fully displayed. He directly rushed towards the 957th position, and those divine kings and saint beasts that were originally high up in the sky were all sent flying by Ling Xiao's momentum. Ling Xiao's figure was awe-inspiring as he elegantly looked around at the group of powerful peak divine kings and said faintly, "This altar is mine. You guys can find another spot." With that, his figure flashed, and he appeared behind the peak god king who was about to sneak up the altar. He kicked that person's buttocks, and that person's buttocks split open. Near the 957th altar, every single one of them was the strongest among the divine kings. Every single one of them was a proud and conceited existence. When they heard Ling Xiao's arrogant words, all of them were enraged. At the same time, they revealed raging smiles, and their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. It's already pretty good that a mere high-level god king can make it here, yet he actually dares to spout such arrogant words. He really doesn't know his place. Divine Axe Gang's botter snorted coldly. Sun Moon Zong Sumo did not speak, but a cold snort came out of his nostrils. His meaning was clear. Cleansing Manners Zhuang Wenqi also opened his mouth and said, "Maybe he thinks that he is invincible and doesn't put us in his eyes. Where did this stinking brat come from? Hurry up and get down here, or else we'll make you die without a complete corpse. There's no need to talk so much nonsense with him. If each of us makes a move, it'll be enough to turn him into dregs. Why must you be so cruel? Why don't you let me capture him first?" Among the many god kings in the vicinity, one of them rode a lightning leopard and charged towards Ling Xiao. This person was called Chan Tianlei, and he was a sect-protecting elder of a large faction. He possessed the power of lightning, and his lightning power had reached the pinnacle. Wherever he went, lightning would explode in all directions. The lightning sword in his hand pierced towards the center of Ling Xiao's brows. Before the sword force arrived, lightning had already exploded around Ling Xiao. "There's a price to pay for being arrogant," Chen Tianlei shouted with a stern expression. Chen Tianlei might not be the strongest among these people, but his lightning power was the one that everyone feared the most. Everyone wanted to see the scene of Ling Xiao being cut down by Chen Tianlei's sword. However, in the end, things didn't go as they wished. Instead, they were all stunned by the situation. Ling Xiao did not fear the terrifying lightning power at all. He faced Chen Tianlei with his bare hands, and a golden dragon shot out from his palms towards Chen Tianlei. He deflected Chen Tianlei's lightning sword with one palm, while his other palm went straight for Chen Tianlei's chest. He forcefully sent Chen Tianlei flying from the lightning leopard before he could defend himself. Ling Xiao did not stop his attacks because of this. Instead, he ignored the lightning that the lightning leopard attracted and quickly chased after it, continuing to attack Chen Tianlei like a storm. His attacks were like the wind and lightning, and Chen Tianlei was unable to resist at all. Bang bang! Chen Tianlei was mercilessly beaten into minced meat by Ling Xiao like a sandbag. The divine armor on his body was forcefully cracked by Ling Xiao, and his divine body was a bloody mess. Damn it, go to hell! Chen Tianlei had already realized that he had met a ruthless person. He endured all the pain and injuries and shouted. He released all his divine power, drawing in bolts of purple lightning power, and used his consciousness to summon the lightning leopard to deal with Ling Xiao together with him. It immediately turned into an exploding sea of lightning, constantly exploding. Every single bolt of lightning could blast any peak god king to smithereens, forcing many god kings to retreat quite a distance. They all thought that even if Ling Xiao did not die this time, he would be heavily injured. All of them quietly waited for the result. Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of a minefield, naturally would not be as unbearable as they thought. He wanted to achieve the effect of intimidation, so he naturally could not be injured by the other party's counterattack. His soul power instantly attacked Chen Tianlei, causing Chen Tianlei's divine soul to be injured, and he screamed in pain. Then, with a cry of surprise, he used the descending dragon swings its tail and ruthlessly slapped Chen Tianlei's face. Bang! Chen Tianlei's face was directly smashed by Ling Xiao, and blood splattered everywhere. The lightning leopard and Chen Tianlei were originally one. Once Chen Tianlei died, the lightning leopard immediately lost its life. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and kept all of Chen Tianlei's items and the lightning leopard's corpse. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone did not understand that Chen Tianlei, who could still counterattack just now, was actually taken care of so unbearably. However, they also started to take this kid seriously. He was actually a tough opponent. No wonder his tone was so arrogant. Who else is coming? Ling Xiao looked at the others and said indifferently. You only killed one person. What's there to be arrogant about? Wait for me to kill you. Another peak stage divine king riding a four-winged windwolf charged towards Ling Xiao. He did not face Ling Xiao directly. Instead, he let his four-winged windwolf deal with Ling Xiao first. He wanted to test whether Ling Xiao had a 10th tier holy beast to protect him. If not, his four-winged windwolf was enough to deal with Ling Xiao. The four-winged windwolf was as fast as lightning. That huge body did not seem to be affected at all. After a long howl, it arrived above Ling Xiao's head and bit down at him. Wind attribute holy beasts with speed were definitely abnormally hard to deal with. Moreover, it was also an extremely difficult task to escape from it. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao, waiting to see how he would deal with this four-winged wind wolf. Perhaps they could see if Ling Xiao really had the strength to make them feel apprehensive. Just as the four-winged wind wolf was about to bite down, Ling Xiao had already dodged to the side and reappeared above its head. In terms of speed, how could Ling Xiao lose to this four-winged wind wolf? What can a beast do to me? Ling Xiao roared in shock. His body fell heavily towards the four-winged wind wolf. Both his legs continued to pour powerful force into the four-winged wind wolf's head as he stomped down. Oh well! The four-winged wind wolf cried out in pain. Its body flew at top speed, trying to throw Ling Xiao off. Ling Xiao's body was as steady as Mount Tai. He concentrated his energy like a dragon and punched at the wolf's head with his fists. The owner of the four-winged wind wolf realized Ling Xiao's intention to kill. He quickly brandished his Aurora Wind Sword and stabbed at Ling Xiao. The sky was filled with sword shadows. Specks of cold light pierced through the layers of space and arrived in front of Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao praised this person in his heart. His attack is really fast. Ling Xiao could only give up the opportunity to kill the four-winged wind wolf. He stomped down forcefully and sent the four-winged wind wolf flying. Meanwhile, he borrowed the force to fly up and evade that person's sword attack. Comparing speed with me, you're still far from it. Ling Xiao roared in shock. He seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he swept towards that person. That peak divine king was of the wind attribute. Furthermore, he had already reached the middle stage of the movement technique realm. He was practically the best in the same rank. However, Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than him. That speed was so fast that he could not capture Ling Xiao's figure. How is this possible? That peak divine king sighed in shock in his heart. He clearly saw that the power that Ling Xiao used to attack Chen Tianlei was of the metal attribute. How did he suddenly have the speed to surpass him? He suddenly realized that Ling Xiao must be a martial artist who cultivated two attributes at the same time. However, what was the use even if he knew? The ice and fire sword that appeared in Ling Xiao's hand already swiped across his neck. A wind attribute peak divine king of a generation fell just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Only then did they realize that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was absolutely not as simple as it looked on the surface. There were quite a number of peak divine kings who hesitated for a moment, then swept over towards other altars. After all, with such a monster with unparalleled speed and terrifying battle prowess here, they probably could not get away with it. They might as well save their abundant battle prowess to vie for other deity positions. Junior apprentice brother Ji, this divine teacher Ling's strength is really extraordinary. Qing Shui, who was beside Ji Tianfeng, sighed lightly. Qing Shui was He Gong's junior apprentice brother. He temporarily managed his mountain peak for his senior apprentice brother, and had long found out from his senior apprentice brother that Ling Xiao indeed possessed the strength of the Senjin of Goguryeo. Furthermore, his cultivation was even above his senior apprentice brother. If Ji Tianfeng wanted to fight for the 957th place, Qing Shui had no choice but to remind him. Ji Tianfeng looked deeply at Ling Xiao and replied, "He has a physique that cultivates 5 different attributes at the same time, and he also has Kim People's ancient emperor's divine technique to increase his battle prowess." He is indeed not someone that an ordinary person can deal with. If I were to rely on my own strength to deal with him, I'm afraid that I would only have a 50-50 chance of winning against him. If he were to reach the same realm as me, I would definitely lose. When Qing Shuai heard Ji Tianfeng's words, he thought that he was going to give up fighting for this position with Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, he changed the topic. However, it's not like there's no way to deal with him. Chapter 13-19. There were only a dozen or so people left at the position of the 957 gods' altar. They were Ji Tianfeng of the Dragon Gate, Zhuang Bufan of the Sword Cleansing Manor, Barter of the Divine Axe Gang, Su Mo of the Sun Moon Sect, Bai Mushi of the North Snow Alliance, and Zhang Xiaoyu of the Honorable Martial Artist. Each of them was a peak divine king with strong self-confidence, and each of them had an extraordinary force behind them. No matter who it was, they all had unparalleled combat power. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand, and his whole body flashed with a dazzling divine light. He looked around at the crowd and said, "All of you, come at me together. Don't waste my time." At this moment, his warlike heart was beating non-stop, and a strong sense of self-confidence surged continuously. A peerless golden dragon soared into the sky, and its mighty head roared continuously as it looked down on the crowd. Kim people. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. They finally understood why Ling Xiao had such strong combat power. He was from a freakish race that could increase his combat power. As Ling Xiao displayed his majestic power, 2 or 3 tactful fellows turned around and rushed toward the other altars. "What? Are you all cowards? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and fight for the position. I'm waiting for you to defeat me." Ling Xiao roared angrily at these people. Sure enough, after being provoked by his words, someone finally couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. "I'm Bai Mushi from the North Snow Alliance. May I know your name?" Bai Mushi rode on his mutant leopard king and cupped his hands at Ling Xiao. His 2 willow-like white eyebrows fluttered in the wind, and he looked very unique. "Ling Xiao of the Dragon Gate." Ling Xiao responded and rushed to attack Bai Mushi. He had to face many opponents, and he couldn't keep dragging things on. He had to end the battle quickly and save as much combat power as possible. Although the Ice Fire Sword was only a mid-tier 10th-tier divine artifact, as long as it didn't clash head-on with a high-tier divine artifact, there wouldn't be any problems. Ling Xiao made use of his speed to attack Bai Mushi. A blue and a red sword gleam intertwined and flickered incessantly, appearing extremely dazzling. Streaks of sword force that cut through the void were all aimed at Bai Mushi's vital points. Bai Mushi was naturally prepared, but he was still shocked when he sensed Ling Xiao's ice and fire attacks. However, he did not have much time to think. The snow sword in his hand danced, and ice crystals condensed around him, instantly forming a thick ice mountain defense around him. Ling Xiao's sword light was frozen by these icebergs and couldn't hurt Bai Mushi. Roar! The mutant-patterned leopard let out a fierce roar. Suddenly, thousands of ice cones appeared around it and surged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt the tacit understanding between Bai Mushi and the mutant-patterned leopard. He immediately smiled faintly and murmured, "This is starting to get interesting." Ling Xiao faced the ice cones and directly rode the wind and waves. The ice fire sword directly crushed the ice cones into pieces. Pa-pa! Ice crystals kept splashing in all directions, flickering with a pure white brilliance. Bai Mushi sneered and leaped into the air. The snow sword in his hand slashed countless times. Sword lights flashed everywhere. Streaks of concentrated sword shadows with the power to split the heavens and split the earth enveloped Ling Xiao. Those streaks of white light were like falling meteorites, leaving a long trail of light behind. One would know if there was an expert when he made a move. Bai Mushi's power had already far exceeded the power of an ordinary peak divine king. Moreover, the ice-cold sword light that he created seemed to have some kind of source energy that could directly injure the divine body. While Ling Xiao was dealing with the mutant leopard king's attack, he also faced Bai Mushi's sudden attack. The situation was rather grim. But how could Ling Xiao be injured so easily? He felt the cold intent of the source contained in Bai Mushi's sword energy. He roared in shock, and the attack of the source of flames instantly erupted. His figure even split into hundreds. The limitless doppelganger technique had already been evolved by Ling Xiao to the extreme. Coupled with his wind attribute speed, it was simply dazzling to look at him, making it impossible to distinguish north from south. Rumble, rumble. Waves of earth-shattering power continued to explode, causing the space in this world to sink in bit by bit. However, no matter how terrifying the power of the battle was, it was unable to damage the altar and the ancient tablet in the slightest. The splashing power was immediately blocked by an invisible force when it came near them. You have some skills, but you are still not my opponent. Ling Xiao roared in shock, and a sea of sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. The raging flames carried the power to burn the sky and the sea, drowning Bai Muxi and the mutant leopard king. Bai Muxi had already felt how terrifying Ling Xiao was, and he did not intend to hold back anymore. A silver shield appeared in his hand, and the shield immediately flickered with silver light, forcibly blocking all of Ling Xiao's power. Ling Xiao's eyes twitched, and he stared at the shield that could block all of his power. He exclaimed in his heart, "Quasi-ancient divine artifact." It was an existence that exceeded the scope of a top-notch divine artifact, and was infinitely close to a supreme ancient divine artifact. This was one of Bai Muxi's trump cards. The silver shield was called the Silver Snow Divine Shield, and it could not be destroyed by ordinary divine artifacts. It could also block ordinary attacks. It seems that this kid from Kim people is only though. Divine Axe Gang's barter touched his bald head and sneered. His eyes were full of disdain. The others also revealed a somewhat tyrannical look. In their opinion, it was normal to have a quasi-ancient divine artifact. If they could not even deal with this, then there was no need to talk about fighting for the position of champion. You can't beat me. Give up your position. Why don't you save your divine power to fight for another position? What do you think? Bai Muxi stood on the mutant leopard king and said with a smile like a spring breeze, as if he already had victory in his hands. Is that so? With just a shield? Ridiculous. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. He wanted to defeat Bai Muxi in an instant, but he didn't do so. He simply wanted to enjoy the thrill of the battle. If he defeated such an opponent too quickly, he was afraid that others wouldn't dare to challenge him. Bai Muxi was very famous in the Northern Alliance. There were not many people who did not know him. He was known as the winner of the Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. However, now that he was looked down upon by Ling Xiao, the usually gentle Bai Muxi was enraged. His two white brows began to float, and his power finally erupted to the extreme. Bai Muxi was like a knight. She pointed her sword at the sky, and hailstones began to fall from the sky. The temperature within 10,000 miles instantly dropped to below 0 degrees Celsius. If a deity king didn't circulate his energy to resist, he would be frozen by the hailstones. Bits of cold energy gathered on the tip of Bai Muxi's sword. The majestic aura formed a hurricane, and the surrounding space was blown up continuously. The silver snow divine shield in Bai Muxi's hand also burst forth with a strong light, and it defended Bai Muxi like an iron bucket. Extreme Ice Transformation Peak. Bai Muxi attacked. A sword light that froze tens of thousands of miles was pointed at Ling Xiao from the tip of his sword. This was Bai Muxi's most powerful attack. The extremely cold energy made everyone retreat far away. The divine kings who were fighting for the deity positions below were all shocked by this powerful energy. This attack had exceeded the scope of a peak divine king. It was infinitely close to the power of a half-incipient god. Moreover, Bai Muxi must have some kind of divine item on him. The ice crystals he created were very terrifying. Once touched, one's divine body would be frozen. Ling Xiao already knew that Bai Muxi had used all his strength in this attack. He could not continue to play around. Now was the time for him to be thoroughly convinced of his defeat. Ling Xiao turned into a ball of flame and dissolved the extreme cold energy. Then, he held the ice and fire sword in his hand and attacked the ice layers that were covering him. Although Ling Xiao was just a high-level divine king, when he used all his power, he wasn't any weaker than any peak divine king. He might even be stronger. Moreover, what he relied on the most was his strong body. He didn't suffer much damage when he attacked the ice layers and ice blades, and his heavenly fire kept melting the ice layers. Ling Xiao's sword attack directly broke a path through the tough ice layers. He wasn't frozen by them at all. Only someone as strong as him could do this. If it were someone else, they would have been frozen and didn't know what to do. They would have been minced into pieces by the sharp ice blades. Moreover, Bai Muxi had a half-ancient divine weapon that covered all his flaws. Unless a half-incipient god realm expert appeared, he was invincible. The future Sinjin of Goguryeo that the North Snow Alliance favored the most was indeed extraordinary. Although Bai Mushi was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could break through his unique attack, he wasn't too panicked. His mutant leopard king had been waiting for him for a long time. Its body was covered with icicles as if it had turned into a hedgehog that was sealed in ice. It directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had just broken the ice. He didn't expect that the mutant leopard would rush over. It was too late for him to dodge. Bang! Ling Xiao's body was sent flying like a kite. Hee hee, seal me. Bai Mushi sneered complacently. Once again, he used his most powerful attack. Countless ice blades flew towards Ling Xiao. Countless ice cubes combined and wrapped Ling Xiao's body layer by layer. When everyone saw Bai Mushi's move, their expressions became solemn. They didn't expect Bai Mushi to be so powerful. He actually used one attack after another without stopping. It was impossible to defend against it. Is he going to die like this? He can't even withstand one blow. Barter of the Godly Axe gang sneered. Su Mo, who hadn't spoken a word, also murmured, "He really overestimates himself." The eyes of the others were filled with disdain and rage. They all thought that Ling Xiao would die for sure. Ji Tianfeng slightly frowned and said, "Will he be defeated so easily? That's impossible." Chapter 13:20. Since Bai Mushi had sealed Ling Xiao, he naturally wouldn't let it go just like that. He kept increasing the strength of his attack. Rays of icy energy continuously shot out from the tip of his sword. The layer of ice that sealed Ling Xiao kept getting thicker and thicker. In an instant, it had become a 10,000 feet tall iceberg that occupied the space between heaven and earth. It looked incomparably magnificent and breathtaking. Bai Mushi had used all his strength this time. His complacent face had turned slightly pale. He had exhausted a lot of his divine power. He had no choice but to take out a divine pill and consume it to prevent others from sneaking up on him. "If any of you wants to compete with me, feel free to do so," Bai Mushi said very heroically. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already dead. After all, his mutated leopard king had hit Ling Xiao ruthlessly. Even a peak divine king would be severely injured. In addition to his icy energy, he had slashed Ling Xiao countless times. No matter what kind of divine body he had, he would definitely be badly injured. Moreover, in addition to his layers of ice, he could definitely freeze any peak divine king into an ice corpse. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, an ear-piercing sound rang in his ears. Papa! The iceberg that was emitting an unapproachable aura actually let out an explosive sound. A crack appeared in the middle of the iceberg. In the end, there was an earth-shattering sound of an explosion. The iceberg completely collapsed. Pieces of ice continuously flew in all directions. Many divine kings felt extreme pain when they smashed on the iceberg. A fiery shadow rushed out from the iceberg. His target was Bai Mushi. Bai Mushi's eyes flashed with a cold light. His expression was still unhurried as he emitted layers of icy light. With the silver snow divine shield here, he was already in an invincible position. Bang bang! The intense fiery light blasted over with a torrential fist intent. Each fiery fist was like a mountain, as though it was going to explode the entire space. Bai Mushi only felt a terrifying pressure coming over. The silver snow divine shield was shaken until it was buzzing. All the defensive layers of ice around him were actually directly smashed. Although he had the protection of the silver snow divine shield, his body was blasted far away, and the powerful recoil made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He finally realized that his opponent's strength had reached an abnormal level. The mutant leopard king quickly came to the rescue from the side, its huge body directly charging towards the fire shadow. The bodies of holy beasts were incomparably tough, especially this kind of high-tier 10th-tier holy beast. Their leather armor was almost equivalent to a high-tier divine artifact. Only a top-tier divine artifact could break through their bodies. It just so happened that Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a top-grade god artifact, and his fists were extremely domineering. His battle prowess had increased by dozens of times. Coupled with his perfect fist intent, his destructive power had increased even more. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao faced the ferocious mutant leopard king head-on, his powerful fiery fist causing the entire space to tremble. Many spatial energies were reduced to nothingness, as the intense flames spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding area to be scorching hot. The impact of a holy beast's body was absolutely terrifying. Very few humans would directly clash head-on with them. That would only be using their weak points to attack their strong points, and the gains would not make up for the losses. However, Ling Xiao just did that, and he even blasted the mutant leopard king back. Fist imprints suddenly appeared on the mutant leopard king's body, and the ice armor on its body was directly shattered. A lot of blood burst out from its body. Roar roar! The mutant leopard king continuously let out hissing sounds. The burning pain made it feel incomparably uncomfortable. Of course, Bai Mushi saw this situation. He instantly turned into an ice shadow and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The top-grade divine sword in his hand slashed wildly at Ling Xiao, and countless ice crystals shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already used his full strength. Naturally, he would not continue to play with Bai Mushi. His unparalleled speed kept changing, and he dodged Bai Mushi's attack. He directly landed on the mutant leopard king's body, and directly punched its eyes with both fists. Bang bang! Woo woo! The mutant leopard king simply had no way to dodge Ling Xiao's attack. Its eyes were directly smashed by Ling Xiao's 2 punches. It was in so much pain that it could not stop roaring, and its body kept turning and running madly. It was as if it was suffering from epilepsy, and could not calm down. Leopard King! Bai Mushi roared, and then quickly recalled it. This mutant leopard king had been following him since he was young, and it actually had its eyes smashed by Ling Xiao. This was simply infuriating. Go to hell! Bai Mushi's white eyebrows danced, and a kind of forbidden technique exploded from his body. The silver snow divine shield was used as a weapon, and he smashed it towards Ling Xiao. The silver snow divine shield instantly turned into the size of several icebergs, and directly hit towards Ling Xiao. That terrifying power was simply comparable to the power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. Although the silver snow divine shield's power was terrifying, how could Ling Xiao fight it head-on? He raised his speed to the extreme, and in the sky, there was a series of afterimages that people could not see clearly. You're going to lose! Ling Xiao had already lost his patience, and the 9 sun-burning sky fist rushed towards Bai Mushi. Round after round of dazzling suns fell like meteorites, and the power was earth-shattering, causing the sky and earth to tremble unceasingly. It's really the Holy Sun Fist. Sumo's tiger-like eyes twitched, and he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He suddenly realized that this terrifying Kim people was actually using their Sun Sect's secret divine technique, the Holy Sun Fist. However, his astonishment only lasted for a moment, and he quickly understood who Ling Xiao was. Just like that kid said, this person has really used the Holy Sun Fist's fist intent to the extreme. Suemo murmured in his heart. Then, he did not continue to wait, and rushed towards another altar. Ling Xiao and their Sun Sect had some relationship, so Suemo did not intend to entangle himself in this position. Moreover, he had already realized that Ling Xiao still had unparalleled speed, and if he were to face him, he would not have a big chance of winning. It was better to take a step back and look for a better opportunity. Suemo was also a person who could take and let go, and was definitely not as impulsive as ordinary people. His nemesis, Barter, glanced at Suemo leaving and cursed in his heart. I thought I could trample this bastard to death here, but it seems like this plan has to be postponed. Seeing that Ling Xiao's fist energy was about to blast Bai Mushi into pieces, an inexplicable sense of danger came from behind him. Ling Xiao only felt goosebumps all over his body, and a sense of impending death made him have no choice but to give up on killing Bai Mushi. Ling Xiao's body moved to the side, and several arrows swept past him. Swoosh swoosh. Although Ling Xiao dodged extremely quickly, one of his arms was still pierced by an arrow. His arm, which was comparable to a top-grade divine artifact, was actually pierced by this arrow. Fortunately, the wound was not very deep. However, if someone else had been hit by this arrow, their arm would probably have exploded directly. Ling Xiao felt very painful after being hit by this arrow, but he could not care so much for the time being, and hurriedly dodged again. This was because many dense arrows were descending from the sky, shooting towards him non-stop. Ling Xiao dodged a few times, and the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. He swept it continuously, and many arrows that were sneakily attacking him were all scattered. However, the person who sneakily attacked him was very good at scheming, and he had already ordered his holy beast to launch a long-range elemental attack at Ling Xiao. Shadows of holy beasts pounced towards Ling Xiao, and their power was rather majestic and ferocious, causing Ling Xiao to retreat step by step. Sneaky assassin. A cold glint flashed across Ling Xiao's dragon eyes, and he snorted in disdain. As his figure constantly changed, his soul power finally began to show its might. The person whose aura he had locked onto was pierced by the formless soul power that formed the golden dragon spear. Ah! A figure appeared in the void, and it was a man who looked like a midget. He was holding a top-notch divine crossbow in his hand, and it was obvious that he was the one who sneak-attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not say anything, and directly stabbed at the midget, lifting his body up, and directly smashing it into pieces. He also collected his divine soul and all the divine items. When Bai Mushi saw this, he no longer had the confidence to provoke Ling Xiao, and could only flee in another direction unwillingly. As he left, a few other people did not dare to have the slightest bit of hope, and they also flew away. Ling Xiao had already defeated and killed 4 people in a row, and all 4 of them were not ordinary people, which was enough to prove Ling Xiao's strength. There were still a few people here, and they were Ji Tianfeng, Barter, Zhuang Bufan, Zhang Xiaoyu, and 3 other peak divine kings with hidden powers. All of you, come at me together, don't waste any more time. Ling Xiao took a breath, looked at the 7 of them, and said faintly, "Hee hee, what a big tone, but I like it." A clear and melodious voice floated in the air. It was Zhang Xiaoyu, who was as famous as the #1 beauty of the Sky Dragon domain, Lu Pia Piao. Ling Xiao glanced at the woman, and he could not help but be shocked by her beauty. Her exquisitely carved face was frighteningly delicate, and her crystal-like ivory skin looked particularly delicate and smooth. Her elegant willow hair exuded a quiet and elegant fragrance, and her enchanting blue autumn eyes were even more lovely and charming. Coupled with her exquisite and graceful body, she was really peerless and charming. Among all the women that Ling Xiao knew, only Lu Pia Piao, Yun Mengqi, and Lai Ruyu could compare with her in appearance and temperament. Ling Xiao just looked at her, and suddenly his dragon eyes became a little sluggish, as if he had lost his way and fell into confusion. Handsome and powerful man, surrender to this lady, and this lady will definitely treat you well. A demonic voice came into Ling Xiao's ears, and he was driven to step by step towards Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu's blue eyes exuded a bright light, and her face had a gentle and harmless smile. She held a thin needle in her hand and quietly stabbed it towards Ling Xiao's throat. Chapter 1321. Zhang Xiaoyu was the direct disciple of the supreme incipient god realm, who guarded the southern territory gate of the Sky Dragon region. She had a devilish appearance and body, which made any man have improper thoughts about her. She also had a pair of seductive blue eyes, which could enchant any man's mind and make him listen to her commands. Her blue eyes were called the bewitching eyes. Once the magic power of her eyes invaded, even a man with a strong heart couldn't escape her enchantment. Although she looked delicate, in order to compete for the title of Senjin of Goguryeo, she was absolutely ruthless. She was also one of the Senjin of Goguryeo that many people thought highly of. Ling Xiao was already in front of her, and the thin needle in her hand was shining with a subtle silver light, giving people a feeling that it was extremely sharp. The others felt a little cold when they saw this. It would be strange if this needle didn't pierce through his throat. The mouth of a green bamboo snake, and the stinger of a wasp. Both were not poisonous, but the most poisonous was a woman's heart. This was the best portrayal of Zhang Xiaoyu. Seeing that the thin needle was about to pierce Ling Xiao's throat, a strong and powerful hand quickly grabbed that delicate wrist. "Don't you think that killing such a handsome man like me is the biggest loss in this world?" Ling Xiao said to Zhang Xiaoyu with a faint smile. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't panic at all when she was grabbed by Ling Xiao. Instead, she revealed a soul-stirring smile and said in a sweet voice, "I think so too, but you're not the only handsome man in this world." Zhang Xiaoyu's tender leg kicked towards Ling Xiao's crotch. How could she use such a vicious kick to the groin? Ling Xiao's reaction was also very fast. He clamped his legs together and caught Zhang Xiaoyu's kicking leg. Zhang Xiaoyu's pair of round and beautiful legs were exposed. Her defensive armor only covered her upper body and the lower part of her buttocks. As a result, her white thighs were sandwiched between Ling Xiao's legs, which made their movement seem very ambiguous. People who didn't know better would think that they were a pair of cultivators playing with each other. Ling Xiao immediately put away his golden dragon spear and used his free hand to touch Zhang Xiaoyu's beautiful thigh. This is tender and smooth," Ling Xiao said with a smirk. Several people not far away saw that Ling Xiao had actually taken Zhang Xiaoyu's Ping Yi, and all of them were extremely envious. Shameless! Zhang Xiaoyu didn't expect that she would go for wool and come home shorn. She actually sent her leg up for others to touch, and an inexplicable sense of shame emerged in her heart. She cursed, and a small nine-tailed fox emerged from behind her shoulder, pouncing towards Ling Xiao's face. Meow! This nine-tailed fox appeared rather suddenly, and its speed was also very fast. It was impossible for an ordinary person to dodge in time. However, Ling Xiao was the one who could react in time, and he also used a rather exquisite defensive method to avoid the attack. He actually threw himself at Zhang Xiaoyu, as if he wanted to force himself on Zhang Xiaoyu. It was as if he was extremely thirsty. In addition, Zhang Xiaoyu still had a foot inserted between Ling Xiao's legs, and when Ling Xiao pounced on Zhang Xiaoyu, it became like he was hugging her in his arms, fiercely squeezing her full breasts into his embrace. The soft divine armor was still able to transmit the feeling of her full softness and elasticity. Warm and fragrant, the fragrance was tempting and penetrated into the lungs. This wonderful feeling made Ling Xiao somewhat unable to resist the urge, and he kissed the tender lips that were like warm jade. Such an alluring scene added a lot of holy light to the intense battle here. Zhang Xiaoyu felt as though she couldn't wrap her head around it. This man's unique domineering aura actually made her feel as though she had sunk into oblivion. Her divine strength seemed to have no place to be used. She could only widen her eyes as she stared at the man in front of her. She stared at his sharp facial features and felt the warmth from his jade lips as well as the tongue that entered her mouth without restraint. Her arm was also being massaged by a warm and thick palm. An unprecedented feeling surged into her heart. "Bastard, I'll kill you!" Divine Axe Gang's Barter instantly jumped up and roared in shock. Another peak divine king called Lu Chuanfa also roared in shock. "Quickly let go of the goddess, or else I'll make you die a horrible death." Both of them seemed to have their wives taken away by someone else, and their reactions were very intense. On the other hand, sword cleansing manners Zhuang Bufan also tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, and his handsome eyes were also emitting flames. Hiss! Before Barter and Lu Chuanfa could attack Ling Xiao screamed and instantly pushed Zhang Xiaoyu away. His mouth was smeared with blood, and the back of his hand was ruthlessly scratched by the little nine-tailed fox, leaving several hideous scars on his back. "I'm going to kill you, you pervert!" Zhang Xiaoyu was very angry, and a long sword appeared in her hand as she madly bombarded Ling Xiao. The nine-tailed fox shrieked, and its body began to grow larger. Its 9 divine tails swayed continuously, appearing extremely demonic. Then, it extended towards Ling Xiao and coiled around him. Ling Xiao wiped the bloodstains, and his figure constantly changed, dodging their attacks. He didn't forget to ridicule Zhang Xiaoyu. "Woman, do you want to murder your husband? You bastard!" Zhang Xiaoyu was like an enraged lioness, and she didn't know how to refute Ling Xiao. She could only curse and then use all of her power to deal with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao just wanted to dodge. Even if a half-incipient God Realm expert wanted to catch him, it wouldn't be that easy. Zhang Xiaoyu really wanted to use her ultimate skill, but looking at the man's evil smile, and recalling that wonderful feeling just now, she actually couldn't do it. "Xiaoyu, step back. I'll help you chop this kid." Barter rode his holy beast, dashing towards Ling Xiao. Lu Chuanfa also screamed, "Goddess, don't worry. I will chop this guy who insulted you into pieces." Barter's gravitational field instantly shrouded Ling Xiao. That 10,000-fold gravitational field could really slow people down. Even Lu Chuanfa, who was approaching him, was affected and couldn't attack Ling Xiao first. Barter's ultimate sky-splitting axe slashed towards Ling Xiao. Each of the axes carried the earth-shattering power. It was really amazing. Barter was so furious because he had long regarded Zhang Xiaoyu as his woman. Others might not know, but Barter's teacher was also a supreme character of his generation. He was a good friend of Zhang Xiaoyu's teacher. Previously, the two of them wanted to discuss the marriage between Barter and Zhang Xiaoyu. However, Zhang Xiaoyu's teacher respected Zhang Xiaoyu very much and let her choose her own husband. Even so, Barter and Zhang Xiaoyu had known each other for a long time and thought that they were a match made in heaven. However, this had always been his own wishful thinking. Zhang Xiaoyu had never expressed it before. The gravitational field might be useful to others, but it didn't affect Ling Xiao much. When he was in the violent area of the chaotic burial space, he had to endure a gravitational field that was tens of thousands of times stronger. Countless violent forces ravaged his body, but he still survived. Now, Barter's gravitational field was just a child's play to him. He just wasn't used to it at first, but he soon recovered. Barter's pair of top-notch axes slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. The axe shadows were extremely terrifying. Their power was infinitely close to the power of a half-incipient god realm. Ling Xiao naturally wasn't willing to be weak. He took out the golden dragon spear and blasted it towards Barter's axe light. Peerless golden dragons roared towards Barter. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had fought hundreds of rounds in the sky. Neither of them had any advantage. Ling Xiao's body was abnormal, but Barter had a thick earth defense. He wasn't easily hurt by Ling Xiao. Mountain Splitter Plate Ultimate Form 78. Barter's power was vigorous to the extreme. The power of his axe was earth-shattering. It directly slashed and created space cracks. With this terrifying power, Barter showed that his ability was one level higher than Bai Mushi's. Besides, he also had a high-level rank 10 Earth Spike Dragon that had many signs of turning into a true dragon. It was like a big mountain waiting for a chance to attack. Ling Xiao felt a little breathless while facing these axe lights. He exclaimed inwardly, "Indeed worthy of being the best peak god king. This man already has the power to challenge a half-incipient god realm expert." Ling Xiao was currently just a high-level god king. If he had reached peak god king realm, with his increased power, he could defeat Barter in the blink of an eye. But now, he couldn't use his soul power, so he could only fight evenly with Barter. It could be seen how powerful Barter was. However, it wasn't enough to defeat Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao once again used his speed and chose to move around. He didn't want to confront Barter head-on. As long as he consumed Barter's god power, wouldn't it be easy for him to defeat Barter? Bastard! If you're a man, fight me for 30,000 rounds. Barter found that his gravitational field couldn't suppress Ling Xiao's speed. This made him very angry and he couldn't help but curse. Ling Xiao didn't answer him. What was the use of showing off in front of him? The one who laughs in the end is the real winner. He just chose the best way to attack. However, he neglected the fact that there was someone else eyeing him covetously. A divine zither appeared in Lu Chuanfa's hand. He sat down cross-legged and divine light burst out from his body. His 10 fingers began to move and pluck the zither strings. Melodious zither sounds began to ring. Ding dong ding dong. This zither sound carried some kind of meaning as it continuously attacked Ling Xiao. This kind of attack wasn't aimed at Ling Xiao's body, but Ling Xiao's god soul and internal organs. If it was an ordinary god king who wasn't careful and didn't seal their 5 senses, they would definitely be injured immediately. However, Ling Xiao's ancient emperor divine technique was the best defensive technique in the world. His sea of consciousness also had the ability to defend himself. His internal organs were also very hard. It wasn't easy to injure him. Chapter 1322. Sound wave attacks were always the most difficult to defend against. Lu Chuanfa was proficient in music. His sound waves contained a strong murderous intent. The invisible blades kept stabbing towards Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness and internal organs. Even if an ordinary peak god king wanted to resist this sound wave attack, he would be severely injured. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's defense was extremely abnormal, so he didn't receive much damage. However, Ling Xiao still showed signs of pausing for a short while. In a battle of life and death, even the slightest flaw would be a life-threatening existence. Barter seized this chance and slashed his pair of divine axes towards Ling Xiao. "Bastard! You dare to touch my woman! Go to hell!" Barter roared with a murderous aura. His divine axes had fallen on Ling Xiao's head. He thought that even a half-incipient God realm expert would die without a doubt. When Ling Xiao came back to his senses, the pair of godly axes had already landed on his forehead. His hair stood on end. "If you want to die, let's die together." Ling Xiao grinned and made the final counterattack. He recklessly stabbed the golden dragon spear towards Barter. Clank! Puff! The divine axes fell on Ling Xiao's forehead, issuing a sharp sound. At the same time, Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear stabbed into Barter's abdomen. It was supposed to be a lose-lose situation, but the reality wasn't like this. Barter's pair of divine axes actually showed signs of cracking while Ling Xiao's head was still intact on his body. However, Ling Xiao's body was blown away. He seized the chance and stabbed Barter's body. A large amount of blood gushed out and he screamed in pain. "This! How can I come back? My divine axes are destroyed." Barter retreated in pain. At the same time, his eyes widened as he looked at his pair of top-grade divine axes in disbelief. Although his divine axes weren't ancient god weapons, they were still top-grade ones. Only ancient god weapons could destroy his divine axes. He stared at the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead with greedy eyes and said, "Is it an ancient god weapon?" He didn't care about the wounds on his body anymore. He commanded the Earth Spike Dragon to attack Ling Xiao. On the other side, Lu Chuanfa kept playing his divine zither with increasing strength. His holy beast and the Earth Spike Dragon also attacked Ling Xiao. Lu Chuanfa frowned and murmured, "You dare to insult my goddess. Today you won't have a good death." Lu Chuanfa had been in love with Zhang Xiaoyu for thousands of years. He had Zhang of Zhang Xiaoyu and had in his heart. In the past, Zhang Xiaoyu's master had told Lu Chuanfa that if he could break through to the supremacy stage, Zhang Xiaoyu would marry him. Therefore, he had always been working hard with this goal as his goal. Although he entered the Dao through the Guqin, he was on the right path. Although the speed of his advancement was not godlike, it had reached a height that ordinary people could not even dream of. As long as he successfully fought for the position of the Senjin king of Goguryeo and broke through to the Jizuan realm, everything would be perfect. He believed that Zhang Xiaoyu would definitely bow down to him. Unexpectedly, the woman that he had yet to punish had been taken by the brat in front of him. This really made him furious. The sound waves transformed into an invisible storm of blades that blasted towards Ling Xiao. This kind of sound wave attack was simply impossible to defend against. Since Lu Chuanfa dared to fight for the 957th position, he naturally had extraordinary abilities. Ling Xiao was constantly dodging the two holy beasts' attacks and pounces. He also had to withstand the sound wave attacks, causing his situation to become extremely critical. Lu Chuanfa was also very nervous. In the past, his sound wave attack was effective, but now it was ineffective? He could not help but wonder what kind of trump card Ling Xiao had to withstand his attack. "I have to get rid of this guy first." Ling Xiao no longer dared to be careless. The other party had this sound wave power that could harm the divine soul and internal organs. It caused him quite a bit of trouble. He had to use his soul power attack. The invisible tyrant dragon spear art blasted towards Lu Chuanfa, who was not far away. Ling Xiao was determined to kill Lu Chuanfa. This attack of his was enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He was more and more compatible with the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop now. He could already control the power that it wanted to enhance, and did not have to worry about the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop completely draining his soul power. Suddenly, one of the divine Guqin in Lu Chuanfa's arms broke. He had just revealed a look of surprise when a heart-wrenching pain immediately came from his divine soul. "Ah!" He screamed miserably, his entire person falling from the sky. Ling Xiao killed him instantly. He naturally took over everything from him immediately. He absolutely could not give it to anyone else. It was just that at this time, someone did not let him have his way. Barter had changed his hands into a pair of boss boards. This boss boards looked black, but it faintly revealed an extremely heavy aura. "I must get this ancient divine hoop." Barter let out a cold smile and began to brandish this pair of semi-ancient divine artifact axes towards Ling Xiao. Sky-splitting axe ultimate style. 80th style. One axe to create mountains and rivers, one axe to create heaven and earth. The power of the sky-splitting axe, which had reached the pinnacle of power, completely shrouded this part of the world. The axe shadow, which was like a mountain, constantly bombarded towards Ling Xiao. It seemed that every strike of the axe could destroy the world. Its power was terrifying. The gravity field in this part of the world had also reached tens of thousands of times, completely distorting all the spatial forces. Anyone in this space would feel as if they were pressed by several mountains, unable to move at all. If it was someone below the God King realm, they would immediately be crushed by this gravity field. Ordinary God Kings would not be able to fly here. Barter was indeed worthy of being the most powerful leader of the Divine Axe Gang. He did not disgrace the Divine Axe Gang's prestige at all. Good heavens! This move is really powerful. The spectators all exclaimed in their hearts. They were thinking about it from another perspective. If they were the ones to block this move, they might not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao felt the power of this round of attack, but he did not show the slightest fear. A faint smile appeared on his face. His battle intent rose a bit as he murmured, "Let me see if your attack is enough." Ling Xiao brandished his golden dragon spear. Golden dragons roared out and directly smashed those mountains. Rumble! The two of them continued to fight, producing earth-shattering sounds. Countless spatial forces were constantly collapsing, causing many spatial turbulences to appear. One could imagine the extent of the two's strength. "Come at me more fiercely, it's still not enough." Ling Xiao's blood was boiling. He laughed wildly and kept brandishing his golden dragon spear, blocking many powerful mountains one by one. He liked this strong collision feeling, which made him feel that he was in a real battle. Barter did not expect that Ling Xiao could actually block his all-out attack. He understood that he must use the power of the pseudo-ancient divine tool at close range to chop Ling Xiao into meat sauce. Unfortunately, Yi Shiwen's speed was faster than him, not allowing him to get close. "As you wish." Barter roared and once again strengthened his attack. Sky-splitting plate ultimate 80-second move. This move was already his most powerful move and also the final move of the sky-splitting plate axe. Its power could break the sky, destroy the earth, and blast everything into nothingness, turning it into chaos. Ling Xiao had thoroughly experienced the ultimate power of the godly axe gang, which was not passed on to others. He felt that he had become incomparably small in the middle of these axe lights, and could be turned into powder at any time. Regardless of which peak divine king it was, if they wanted to eat this move, the price would absolutely not be cheap. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert had to temporarily retreat when facing this move. It could be seen how terrifying Barter's all-out attack was. At this moment, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose even higher. The golden dragon phantom behind him became bigger and bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a 10,000 zhonglong light, roaring unceasingly in the void, shattering many axe shadows. However, the power of this axe shadow could split the sky and earth. Even a divine dragon could be killed directly. The 10,000 zhonglong golden dragon phantom didn't show its power for long. Its scales, claws, and body were cut off by the power of the divine axe. Haha, go to hell. So what if you're Kim people? You still have to die in my hands. Barter laughed crazily and continued to rush toward Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Just at this time, out of nowhere, a group of multicolored rays of light began to burst out from his axe shadow. Swoosh swoosh. Rays of 5-colored finger radiance shot out in all directions like tiny true dragons. They were like a gorgeous meteor shower, appearing exceptionally beautiful and beautiful. Don't look at how their energies were only the size of an arm. However, the impact of the impact was enough to shatter the axe shadow, which was filled with boundless power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. These 5-colored meteors were like a spark that set the prairie ablaze, destroying all the divine axes that occupied the entire space. From afar, it was like an exploding firework that was so mesmerizing. What? Barter's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao still had the power to counterattack his all-out attack. Not only that, but many finger lights also attacked Barter's direction, directly blasting him away. His god artifact armor was riddled with holes. Blood trickled out of the holes. A figure chased after him from behind, thrusting the golden dragon spear at Barter's throat. Although Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of divine power, now was the time to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He absolutely couldn't leave any future trouble. However, before he could attack Barter, the sky full of flying needles attacked him from behind. Each of these flying needles was specially made of divine materials. Once hit, it would immediately turn into a beehive. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He quickly turned around and spun the golden dragon spear, sweeping away all the needles. However, after these needles were deflected, they could still return and attack him again. Seeing this strange scene, Ling Xiao was taken aback. There are really all kinds of divine tools. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Chapter 13:23. The strange nature of these needles was indeed beyond Ling Xiao's expectations, but it was not enough to take his life. Ling Xiao sneered and raised an ice crystal in his hand. Layers of ice began to condense around him. The power of ice was one of Ling Xiao's most powerful attacks. Although he did not use it often, it did not mean that it was not powerful. Sometimes it would be more powerful if one targeted an attack of the same attribute. But now, Ling Xiao was using them for defense, and he was even taking the right medicine to treat the problem. He sealed these divine needles in ice one by one, cutting off their connection to their original owner. Xianxia did not expect Ling Xiao to react so quickly and cultivate so many attributes. He had completely frozen her needles. Although she could inject more power to take them out, she could not do anything to Ling Xiao. This made her very depressed. "Woman, if you dare to attack this prince again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ling Xiao glared at Xianxia and roared. In the Xinjiang kingdom of Goguryeo, he would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots without mercy. Ling Xiao had only taken Zhang Xiaoyu's Ping Yi and did not kill her. He felt that he was very kind. If she did not know what was good for her, he would not mind turning her into a skeleton. "You bastard! You will definitely die a horrible death." Zhang Xiaoyu's proudest attack, the bewitching eye, was unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. She knew that it would be difficult for her to fight for the position of the first altar. However, she was not willing to let her Ping Yi be taken by this hateful guy. "He will definitely die a horrible death." Zhuang Bufan of the sword cleansing manor finally spoke. Zhuang Bufan looked like a young man in his 30s. He did not look old at all. However, the hair on his temples had turned white. He was not young anymore. However, his charm was still not something an ordinary woman could resist. Unfortunately, like the others, he had long since become infatuated with Zhang Xiaoyu. It was just that he wasn't as obvious as the others. At the same time, Barter had already taken a divine pill to recover from his injuries and returned to a spot not far from Ling Xiao. There were still 2 other peak divine kings who hadn't left yet. The few of them formed an encirclement around Ling Xiao, while Ji Tianfang was not within the encirclement. Zhang Xiaoyu, who was originally facing off against Ling Xiao, only glared at Ling Xiao before retreating. He had no intention of participating in the siege against Ling Xiao. She could sense that Ling Xiao still had a terrifying killing move that he hadn't used. If she really continued to pester him, she was afraid that he would really ruthlessly destroy a flower. Barter, Zhuang Bufan, and the other 2 were called Wolf Fang and Lu Mo. They seemed to have decided to join forces to kill Ling Xiao first. A pseudo-ancient divine sword appeared in Zhuang Bufan's hand. He pointed it at Ling Xiao and said, "Everyone, let's join forces to get rid of him first before seizing the divine altar. What do you guys think?" Barter had taken a lot of Ling Xiao's fingerlight and his divine body was severely injured. Although he had used a divine pill to recover a lot of his injuries, his combat strength had declined by a lot. He didn't think that he could take down Ling Xiao alone. He immediately agreed. "Yes, let's take him down first." He didn't care about his face anymore. The winner takes all and the loser is in the wrong. The other 2 didn't say anything and revealed their trump cards one after another. Wolf Fang was from the werewolf clan. He instantly turned into a guy with a wolf's head and a human's body. His aura rose by a lot in an instant. He kept spinning 2 special cold iron chains in his hands. Once one was strangled by these cold iron chains, it would be absolutely difficult to escape. On the other hand, Lu Mo had an ancient bell in his hand. It looked very old, but with just a light shake, a burst of Buddhist hymn rushed to the sky, giving people a solemn and extraordinary feeling. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand and looked around at them. At the same time, he took 2 divine pills to recover his divine power. "Come, let me see how powerful you guys are." Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear horizontally in front of him and shouted. At this moment, he was completely focused. He wanted to see how strong these people were when they joined forces. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. His first target was to attack Barter. Now was the time to kill him while he was down. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme. The golden dragon's spear mercilessly shot towards Barter. However, Barter's holy beast, the Earth Spike Dragon, blocked this round of attack for him. The Earth Spike Dragon's defense was quite thick. Layers of yellow soil formed a mountain to block Ling Xiao's attack. Many rolling stones kept rushing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no choice but to smash these rolling stones one by one. At this time, Zhuang Bufan made his move. His divine sword actually began to grow bigger and bigger. First, it was 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. In the end, it became a giant sword that was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was like a heavenly sword that had descended, bringing with it an unparalleled might that made it hard for people to move. Zhuang Bufan didn't hold the sword. He just used his finger as a sword and shouted in Ling Xiao's direction. Slash! The giant sword seemed to be one with Zhuang Bufan. As he waved his finger at Ling Xiao, the giant sword actually moved without any wind and slashed towards Ling Xiao. This sword carried an earth-shattering momentum and slashed a long crack in space. In an instant, it reached Ling Xiao's head. This shield exuded a strange energy and a bright green light that wrapped around Ling Xiao and blocked many attacks. The Green Demon Divine Shield was a low-grade ancient god artifact that Ling Xiao obtained from the space rings in the chaotic burial grounds. There were more than one ancient god artifact in those space rings, but Ling Xiao didn't plan to use them. However, he had no choice now. These peak god kings all had quasi-ancient god artifacts. His body couldn't resist them at all. Hong Long Long. Zhuang Bufan and Barter both thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die under their joint attack. Even Ji Tianfeng and Zhang Xiaoyu, who were not far away, thought so. It seems that people really can't be too arrogant. Ji Tianfeng showed a slight sneer and muttered. Just now, he observed Ling Xiao's combat strength and found that the latter was indeed a great threat to him. Now that Ling Xiao was dead, the threat to him would no longer exist. This 957 god throne would definitely belong to him. But when the light dissipated, Ling Xiao was standing there unscathed. The only difference was that there was a strange azure shield in his hand. What's going on? Is that azure shield an ancient god artifact? Zhuang Bufan exclaimed. There's no mistake, otherwise, how could it block our attacks? Fortunately, it's just a defensive ancient god artifact. If we work together to exhaust him to death, this ancient god artifact will be ours. Barter suggested. The eyes of the other two were also suffused with a bright light. The greed in their eyes could be seen without a doubt. It must be known that every ancient god artifact was the cornerstone treasure of a major force. It was guarded by a great master and wouldn't be used easily. They, the god kings, would be happy to have a quasi-ancient god artifact. However, Ling Xiao in front of them had a genuine ancient god artifact, which naturally made them very excited. The giant sword once again slashed down from the sky. Axe shadows also stacked on top of each other. Another 2 cold iron chains passed through space and shot towards Ling Xiao. Dong! At this moment, the sound of an ancient bell rang out. Chapter 1324. Various powers completely enveloped this part of the world. The continuous bombardment of power didn't stop. Even Ling Xiao, who was holding an ancient god artifact shield, couldn't take it. After all, any god artifact required divine power to catalyze its power. Once Ling Xiao lost the support of divine power, the ancient god artifact would no longer be able to protect him. Only by counterattacking could he gain a new advantage. He had no choice but to use the power of his spirit at this moment. However, just as he was about to use it, Lu Mo's ancient bell rang, causing his mind to be shaken to the point that he almost lost control. Although the green Fey divine shield blocked the sword light and the axe shadows, it could no longer stop the 2 chains from sealing him. The ancient bell also had the power to expand, and it enveloped Ling Xiao from the sky. First, Ling Xiao was absent-minded. Then, he was chained by the cold iron chains. Even if he had great abilities, he wouldn't be able to stop the ancient bell from sealing him. Dong dong. As soon as the ancient bell enveloped Ling Xiao, ancient bell chimes constantly reverberated in Ling Xiao's ears. His eardrums were instantly ruptured by the ringing of the bell, and his head surged with discomfort. If it wasn't for the protection of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, just the ringing of the bell would have caused his head to explode and he would have died. I was too careless. Golden blood oozed out of Ling Xiao's 7 orifices, making him look abnormally ferocious. He muttered to himself and began to enter seclusion. He even put away the green Fey Divine Shield. He had always wanted to improve himself in battle, so he did not use his soul power to kill his opponent instantly. He did not intend to underestimate others. He just wanted to know what level his current battle strength had reached. The power of Ling Xiao's spirit avatar had already surpassed the God King realm. It was suppressed in front of the ancient tablet and could not be used. Therefore, the only thing he could rely on to turn the tables was a soul power attack. His soul power darted out of his sea of knowledge, and after being amplified by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, it blasted towards the owner of the ancient bell, Lu Mo. Only by killing him would he be able to free himself. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from Lu Mo's mouth, and he immediately fell from the sky. This change surprised the others. They didn't understand what was going on. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the ancient bell was blasted away. A silhouette soared into the sky, and his 2 hands pulled the 2 cold iron chains. One of the cold iron chains suddenly burst into a fierce fire, and the other cold iron chain was filled with an incomparably cold baleful qi. 2 completely different kinds of power swiftly swept along the cold iron chains towards the Wolf Fang ambush. Wolf Fang roared and 2 forces appeared on his palms, blocking the flames and the baleful aura. However, before his power could resist the 2 forces, his divine soul immediately suffered a violent attack. At the same time he let out a heart-wrenching scream. 2 completely different forces had already entangled his body. One of his palms was immediately set ablaze, while the other was corroded and turned black. His life force was gradually disappearing. Not long after, the Wolf's Fang was completely burned and corroded into slag by the 2 terrifying forces. 2 peak-stage divine kings with extraordinary strength were unexpectedly killed by Ling Xiao in this situation. Zhuang Bufan and Barter started to feel a chill in their hearts. Only now did they realize that Ling Xiao's trump cards were not something they could imagine. Zhuang Bufan was straightforward. He waved his hand and retrieved his divine sword. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he turned around and fled in another direction. Barter also started to retreat. How could he block Ling Xiao alone? Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't intend to let Barter go even though he let Zhuang Bufan go. Ling Xiao waved his hand and summoned back the golden dragon spear that was sent flying. Did you have a good time just now? Now it's my turn. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme and instantly caught up to Barter, who was standing on top of the earth-spiked dragon. A burst of violent power blasted down. Ling Xiao just wanted to vent his anger. His power surged out like a tidal wave, bombarding Barter. If it wasn't for the earth-spiked dragon blocking most of the attack, he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. You're going too far. Barter roared and wanted to make a final counterattack. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with him. He bombarded Barter with his soul power, cutting off any thoughts of resisting and escaping. Ling Xiao was just about to sigh in relief. He had consumed too much of his divine power and soul power. But at this moment, another wave of danger suddenly struck. A fiery sword light slashed towards Ling Xiao like a meteor. This fiery light appeared so fast that it didn't even take a blink of an eye for it to appear beside Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao sensed that something was wrong, it was too late for him to dodge. His shoulder was ruthlessly slashed by the fiery sword light. Ah! Ling Xiao's body that was comparable to a top-grade divine artifact was slashed to the point that it almost burst apart. A fierce sword mark ran from his shoulder to his chest. A large amount of golden liquid spurted out, and the origin flame directly burned his body. Half of Ling Xiao's body was almost chopped off, and the pain made him scream. The other party didn't stop after succeeding in one move. His sword momentum became more and more ferocious and dazzling. Sword after sword attacked like a violent storm. The raging flames brought with them a scorching heat that was unbearable. After being slashed by the sword, Ling Xiao already knew that the person waiting for an opportunity wouldn't give up. After all, he had already sensed the surging killing intent. Just when the opponent slashed for the second time, Ling Xiao had already summoned the Green Goblin Divine Shield again to block the opponent's extremely violent sword light. But this time, the Green Goblin Divine Shield was almost shattered by the opponent's divine sword. The opponent's divine sword was also an ordinary low-grade ancient divine artifact, and it happened to be of the fire attribute. It could restrain the wood attribute Green Goblin Divine Shield. Roar! Ling Xiao staggered backward. He used the ancient emperor's divine art to heal himself, and at the same time, he let out a cry of surprise. Dragon's Tenbin's divine ability. Dragon Roar. When one couldn't immediately lock onto the opponent's aura, sound waves were definitely the most effective counterattack. Sure enough, when the dragon roar sounded, the other party's attack clearly paused for a moment. Ling Xiao grabbed this opportunity and immediately dragged his heavily injured body away from the opponent. At the same time, he took out a divine pill and quickly consumed it. He wanted to recover his injuries and strength as quickly as possible. However, as soon as he consumed the divine pill, the fiery sword aura appeared beside him once again. The opponent's speed was actually many times faster than Ling Xiao's movement technique, which shocked him. Rumble! Ling Xiao was thrown into a complete mess by the opponent's slash. His body was sent flying far away, and a lot of blood flowed out of his mouth. The Green Goblin Divine Shield in his hand was about to break. At the same time, a bursting flame dragon that had been waiting for a long time pounced towards him. No matter who it was, once they entered the dragon's mouth, they would have no chance of survival. It was too late for Ling Xiao to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and throw his golden dragon spear into the dragon's mouth. He didn't believe that this bursting flame dragon could really destroy his golden dragon spear. However, this bursting flame dragon was also a spirit. It knew that if it swallowed the golden dragon spear, it would probably not feel good. A flame instantly shot out from its mouth, forcibly deflecting the golden dragon spear. The flame continued to burn towards Ling Xiao. The explosive flame dragon's sudden change in attack gave Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. He withstood the attack of the flames and flew a few more meters away. He kept his cool and focused, and his divine sense expanded to the maximum. He had to find the attacker. That was the only way he could turn the tide of the battle. Indeed, when he flew aside, a vague aura arrived in front of him in just a blink of an eye. A fiery red sword light appeared one more time. The sharp sword light was enough to split the sky and crack the earth. Even the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan couldn't compare with this kind of deadly attack. Die for me! The opponent seemed to want to kill Ling Xiao with this sword. His power was much more formidable than before. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't resist it easily. The power of the fire sword was like a bolt of lightning, causing an extremely large crack to appear in the space, and the aura of the turbulent flow continued to rush out. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao had used the Cyan Monster Divine Shield to resist this fatal attack. Crack! The Cyan Monster Divine Shield in Ling Xiao's hand was forcefully cracked. The sword power was still slashing towards Ling Xiao's face. The man who wanted to kill Ling Xiao smiled contentedly. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. When this sword slashed down, even a half-incipient God Realm expert would be cut into pieces. However, just as the sword momentum was about to land on Ling Xiao, his divine soul felt as if it had been ruthlessly stabbed by a spear, causing his divine soul to almost collapse. Ugh! The sword power stopped abruptly. The man who had attacked Ling Xiao clutched his head and screamed pathetically in the sky. Ling Xiao's soul attack couldn't kill the opponent instantly. He seized the chance to counterattack, using the 9 sun-burning sky punch to attack that man without mercy. The fist intent was torrential, and the fist energy reached the sky. That man was like a small boat in a tsunami. He couldn't see anything. If he didn't have the defensive armor of a half-ancient divine weapon, he would have become a pile of meat paste. Even so, he'd already been blasted to the point of being heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was difficult for him to resist. Ling Xiao's last punch aimed at that man's forehead. He wanted to finish him off. Divine Master Ling, please show mercy. A panicked voice arose. A cyan sword light attacked Ling Xiao from behind. It wanted to force Ling Xiao to retreat to save his opponent. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't exchange his life for his opponent's. He changed his fist into a palm, grabbing the man's neck. Then, he turned the man's body around to protect him. Not good. The rescuer changed his visage. He hurried to change the direction of his opponent's sword. Boom boom. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.